On to the public forum segment of the agenda. No, we do have folks signed up to speak. We have two speakers. So, Ms. Gully, if we could call our speakers, please.
Speakers, you will have 3 minutes to speak. When you arrive at the microphone, please state your name and address. Our first speaker is Elizabeth Weller.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Weller, 2720 Wimbledon Court, Carrollton, Texas, 75006. I'm here today to speak to you as a parent of students at WT White. I have had students, my children and exchange students, at WT White since 1996. I am currently the chair of the SBDM. I've served in many capacities throughout the district and at all the schools my kids have attended. Today I want to talk to you about the bond program. Think about the size of a standard high school locker room built over 50 years ago. Then designate a section for showers, a commercial-sized washer and dryer, equipment room, coaches' offices, a common area with a few benches. Add lockers. Large lockers for football gear, small for other sports. Then cordon off a section that's unusable because of standing water. You get the idea of what we're living with at WT White. Now imagine the space in the afternoon with 188 football players and 88 soccer players arriving to change clothes for practice. Get the picture? It stinks, literally and figuratively. Dozens of boys grab their gear and dress outside. Girls change clothes in shifts, reducing their practice time. In the mornings, we have girls soccer, basketball, cheer, caballeros, all sharing one small locker room built before Title IX, when girls didn't play sports. That's what we're living with. All other schools in our division, including Skyline, Richardson High Schools, and previously Jesuit College Prep, have locker rooms 3 times the size of what we are living with. The standards adopted by this board in 2016 require a locker room twice the present size and require a much larger fine arts wing. Neither are in the current plan, but the city's requirement to provide a tornado shelter will be fulfilled. 2 years ago, you confirmed the poor condition of the majority of our high schools by reprioritizing the needs of those schools. However, plans were constrained by an allocated dollar amount and did not have the benefit of a long-range plan. It's why the Hillcrest community came to you asking for a second gymnasium, or a third. Since there was still time to revise plans for that Phase 1 project, there is also still time to reevaluate the needs of WT White in its current phase. That's what I'm asking you to do. Getting it right now is the wiser financial decision due to efficiency, revenue, and voter support. It's more efficient to make plans now and get it done now than postpone the work, renovate the locker room now, and build a new one later. That's not efficient, and it costs more money. This is a neighborhood that is losing the support that they had for our schools. Look at the charts I gave you. You'll see how many of our students are leaving. Better facilities will draw in more students and recapture revenue to aid DISD in the long run. You can see pictures of where our football team has to change clothes outdoors because there's not room in the locker room. The picture of the girls' locker room is cut off, but you can see the crowds in there.
Thank you, Ms. Weller. Our last speaker is Randall Murray.
Good afternoon. My name is Randall Mulry. I live at 3226 Dutchess Trail, Dallas, Texas, 75229. I'm also a member of the 2015 Bond Advisory Committee. I'm here to speak on item, I think, 6B, mainly about Phase 3. The thing that I want to share is that we had in the 922 meeting what we call the 1.0 plan, where 47 schools would be affected in that plan, 22 closed, and 25 would be rebuilt or repurposed or built new. With the board input that came up, Scott and his team came up, which I want to say are excellent, came up with Plan 1.1 that was not quite as drastic. In fact, it wasn't drastic at all. So with the difference of $20 million savings with, as opposed to $2 million savings to go into the general fund, and the fact that you're still having lots of kids still in, we'll have buildings that at 60% on their FCIs, which most districts classify those as to be replaced. I don't think 1.1 goes far enough. So under, political sensitivities, if 1.0, which I think from my experience being around DISD schools in the neighborhoods and all, was pretty accurate on what needed to be done quickly. If 1.0 is not enough, then I think 1.2 does not go anywhere near close. So, 1.1. So I'm requesting that you all look at a 1.2 that actually does address more effectively what I feel like are the 21st century needs for educating our kids. And also, as that relates to doing it right, which my colleague has just spoke about with the W.T. White locker rooms, my children experienced that. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to totally renovate, gut locker rooms that are not big enough, just from a dollar and cent standpoint. If they're overcrowded, they're going to degrade quicker. And so it just makes sense at this point, since walls are being moved and torn down, to go ahead and make that expansion at this time. So I wish that y'all would consider that. Thank you very much for allowing me to address y'all. Appreciate it.
This concludes our speakers.
Thank you, trustees. The next item on the agenda is closed session. So the board will now retire to closed session. The public is welcome to wait in this room while the board is in closed session. The board will retire to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the following sections. 551.071 for private consultation with its attorneys about pending or contemplated litigation or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governing body and the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflict with this chapter, including audit committee's findings regarding compliance with the charter. 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, sell, or value of real property. 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer or employee, including interviewing, discussion, and deliberation of candidates for the chief internal audit position. The time is now 12:06, and we are in closed session. And I have no idea how long we're going to be back. I'd estimate at least an hour. Yeah, and at least an hour, hour and a half.
The time now is 3:32 p.m. and the board is out of closed session. The board took no action in closed session. Trustees, if there are no objections, we'd like to take the agenda a little bit out of order by first moving to the, at this time, item 6A, followed by item 10D. Item 6A is an update on the Dallas Educational Foundation. No objections? Okay, thank you. 6A, Dallas Educational Foundation update. Dr. Lear, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, can I have that keyboard? Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Mhm. Okay. So before I begin, I'd like to introduce the board to our guest. I have to my left Victor Vidal, who is our president. He's the president of the board of directors for Dallas Education Foundation. And I also have Ken Craycraft, who's here as well. So thank you for being here. I'd like to take the board through a few slides, and then at the end of the presentation, we'd be happy to entertain any questions or clarification that the board might have. Since the foundation has not presented to the board in a while, I thought it would be beneficial if we would just start by talking about what is the Dallas Education Foundation. And it is a 501c3 nonprofit organization which is governed by an independent board of directors that's really made up of leaders in the business community. The foundation was founded to represent Dallas ISD in the philanthropic community for a few reasons, in order to establish an awareness of student need, as well as to apply for grants as an independent nonprofit organization that supports district initiatives. We know that foundations are really seen as a generator and connector for the education community to expand opportunities for students within the district. The next slide really highlights some of the benefits of a foundation, an education foundation, and I'd like to start with the first bullet there, and our foundation is raising, or a foundation is there to raise additional resources to enhance educational initiatives and programs. And to give an example of one that has happened annually is our partner, Texas Instruments. They have given significant dollars on an annual basis, and actually last night we had the Texas Instruments STEM Awards recognition ceremony where 7 outstanding teachers were recognized and given $10,000 to go toward their campus and their classrooms that focus specifically on STEM efforts. The foundation can also help build communication with the community. We know that our stakeholders are extremely important to work with our district, and so the foundation can be a vehicle to help the district with communicating with our community. In addition, the foundation can also raise awareness of district needs. And then finally, the foundation offers the community the opportunity to be part of the solution by supporting education. I want to get in a little bit to where we are with the foundation currently. And we strongly believe that it's important that the foundation be integrated with Dallas ISD, because that integration really creates the greater impact on the partnership. We know that high-functioning education foundations work in partnership with districts to ensure that those donated dollars are allocated and aligned to district initiatives and goals. And we also want to have full transparency that the foundation has relinquished its 501c3 status. However, the mission and the purpose of the foundation is still viable and intact. Over the last, I would say, approximately 2 years, the Dallas Education Foundation and the district has been working, I would say, tirelessly to collaborate and reinstate the foundation's 501(c)(3) status, as well as facilitate a reorganization process to help it become more impactful by attracting investments from donors and also aligning to the district goals. today, I'm here in behalf of the district, and then, of course, Mr. Vital and Mr. Craycraft are here on behalf of the foundation, and we are at a point now where we've created a draft MOU, and our purpose today, one, is to tell what we've done up to this point and ask for the board to consider approving the MOU. The MOU that has been attached to this document is there for the board to review, and I understand that there are several pages, so it may take some time for the board to read that, and of course, if there are any questions after today, then we're more than happy to address those. Since there have been several agreements and MOUs throughout the history of the Dallas Education Foundation, this new MOU really protects Dallas ISD by approving all direct and indirect support to DEF since the inception to comply with the use of public funds. The MOU also clearly itemizes the controls and responsibilities for each organization, and also memorializes memorializes the commitment and collaboration between the organizations, both Dallas ISD and the foundation. And and I would be remiss to not thank both gentlemen to my left, because they have been here since the start of the board meeting, which really shows again their commitment to the foundation. And then lastly on this bullet is the MOU creates transparency for support to DEF by the Dallas ISD. The next slide is really looking forward. We're going to relaunch the foundation, and that will occur in tandem with the inaugural State of the District event that will happen February 1st, 2019. The State of the District really gives our district an opportunity to showcase and highlight the vision, the achievements, and the accolades that have happened over the last couple of years, as well as a venue for the foundation to relaunch to the community. In the spring, we are actually looking at the board to identify and confirm who those board of directors will be for the foundation. January, we'll launch a search for our next director for leadership for this organization. We'll also work collaboratively to identify the priorities for funding. And then lastly, on this page, we will have to use spring to plan or develop a plan of work that's really going to revolve around credibility, transparency, and sustainability. So that really concludes the update for where we are with the Dallas Education Foundation and kind of some points around the MOU. And again, our purpose today is to discuss that MOU and address and answer any questions that the board may have, and then ultimately get approval of the MOU. So I will turn it over to Trustee Mishke.
Okay, Trustee Marshall.
Yep, thanks. I just want to thank you guys. Pam, I appreciate you picking this up after Israel's departure. As you know, it's near and dear to my heart, and I'm very excited about relaunching the foundation. Given the lack of adequate education funding in Austin for public schools, I think we need to be taking advantage of every resource that we have. We talk a lot in Dallas about how philanthropic our community is, and I think we saw that on Giving Tuesday and saw that on North Texas Giving Day. If you look at the donations that are being made to our peer districts in North Texas through their education foundations, and compare their enrollment to the philanthropic money that DISD raises, it's quite sad. I mean, we pale in comparison from a fundraising perspective to what our peers are achieving. And it's all in an environment where, we've got 90% of our kids growing up in poverty. So this is an untapped area for the district to take very seriously. And I think on the heels of launching our early college high schools and coming up with, what are we up to, 70 business partners now? We've developed deep relationships in the business community, and I know we're all very thankful for the resources in terms of time and mentorship that they're providing in our schools. But as to my knowledge, I don't think we've made a financial ask of them. And this, from my vantage point, is the right avenue to do that. So I want to thank you and the administration for pushing this forward. I want to thank Victor and the DEF board. You guys have persevered through, I think, some up and down roller coaster on this on DEF, and I appreciate you doing that. So I am fully supportive of sort of relaunching DEF and making sure that the district steps up to the plate to support DEF. And I want to make sure that we're thinking about this at the right scale. And so, Pam, you and I have had a couple conversations about this. Victor, you and I talked about it yesterday, and I think you used the term training wheels, which is exactly is exactly right. I want this MOU to essentially be us figuring out how to relaunch DEF and give it some training wheels so that it grows up to be very quickly, hopefully, grows up to be the largest and most successful education foundation, certainly in North Texas, if not in Texas and beyond. And to do that, I think we need to make an earnest investment. And there's two things in this MOU, one that's in it that I would push back on, and one that's not in it that I hope would be added. One is that there's reference in the MOU to a part-time DEF director and a part-time administrative assistant. And Pam, you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'm hoping you can elaborate for the benefit of the rest of the board about what you envision part-time status meaning. Because from my perspective, this is not a part-time job. This is a full-time job, and in fact, probably a full-time job that needs a big staff. So only having a part-time director and a part-time administrative assistant doesn't feel to me like we are making the size of commitment that I would like us to be making. So can you elaborate on what you mean by part-time?
Sure. This person who will take this role will be in part of TRS, and part of that is they're a district employee. So we need to make sure that the roles and responsibilities really fulfill a district need. And however, our whole purpose of this is to grow a very high functioning philanthropic arm. So that director will have the majority of their time on DEF, on the foundation efforts. However, there will be some things that the director does who, that is really just for the district. And so we're currently working on a job description for that person. But again, the focus will really be to get the Dallas Education Foundation up and running and working collaboratively with some of our internal groups, such as volunteer and partnerships, our collegiate academy partners, and such. And I can also share a job description once we have developed it and confirmed it.
So the DISD related activities that will be the DISD part of the part-time job,
Sure.
those are also related to philanthropy, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're talking about
Exactly.
running the golf tournament as an example.
That
Right.
is
We're not saying
definitely-
we're going to make this, whatever, an instructional coach that spends half their time doing
No,
philanthropy.
Yes, this position has to be focused on raising dollars, writing grants, in order for us to reach the goal of it. You just talked about the foundation being the best in class.
So
the
we
best.
can think of it as a part-time DISD person, a part-time DEF person, but really a full-time philanthropy person.
Correct.
Okay, great. The second thing that we talked about briefly, and I just want to make sure that we think through any possible edits that can be made between now and when we vote on this, is I would like for this document to contemplate the future growth of DEF. And right now, it talks about that, part-time ED and part-time assistant, but it doesn't play forward the scenario of, hey, let's assume we have a great success with DEF's fundraising efforts, but we reach a ceiling for how many grants can be written, for instance, because of the number of team members at DEF, and we want to allow DEF to further scale up to, have 3 employees or 5 employees or 10 employees, but that money that is spent to pay for those folks is actually coming from the fundraising funds that is raised. And so it wouldn't be a further expense to the district. And of course, we would need to have some rules and guidelines around what percentage of the dollars that are raised by DEF would be used, for administration and, further fundraising efforts. But I would love to see sort of a scale ramp up contemplated in the document that says, if we raise X, Y, and Z amount of money, and we need to hire additional people to further grow this organization, then DEF is allowed to spend a small fraction of the amount of money that they're raising in order to continue to raise more money. Because otherwise, you're quickly going to reach the ceiling where, a part-time ED and a part-time administrative assistant just simply can't raise any more money because there's not enough time in the day to make enough contacts and go to enough fundraising events and organize fundraisers and talk to the business community. And, I think if this goes well, that would happen pretty quickly. So if we can think through how to, plan for that growth in this document so that you don't have to bring it back
Sure.
9 months from now and redo it,
Right.
I think that'd be time well invested. And the last thing I will say is the ED that we hire to do this has got to be outstanding. And I think that's where we've run into some trouble in the past. And, I want to make sure that the person that we hire for this role has deep relationships in the business community, deep relationships in the philanthropic community, is well connected in education circles, and, can speak the lingo of our 70 early college business partners, because, those folks are, I think, a ripe target for donations into the fund. So it sounds like you've got a search committee. I'm assuming it says launch an executive director search. Sounds like you've got a search committee you're putting together. I hope we're thinking high talent. This is not a $60,000 a year job. This is a high talent position, and we need to be recruiting from that group of people. So again, thanks for all your work on this. This is awesome. I'm excited. And if I can personally do anything to help, I would be delighted to do so. Thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Foreman.
Hi, Pam.
Hey,
I've got a few questions.
sure, absolutely.
And I'll just start out with some from the historical perspective of where we've seen the Dallas Education Foundation and where we see it now.
Right.
Through the years, I haven't been able to, as a person that has been active with the district for years, I have not been able to ascertain what kind of funding DCF, the Dallas DEF Foundation has been able to raise. I know you did send me some information, so I'll get a chance to look at that. I haven't been able to see that. And it concerns me that we have consistently hired what we thought were the high-level people that Dustin is talking about, because these were all six-figure people. It wasn't they were making $60,000. And so not only are we talking about hiring a director, which will be 6 figures, we're talking about hiring an assistant, and we're also talking about taking care of the monies that they would take for wherever they would house themselves, so that wouldn't be in the DISD facility. While I have no issues with the Dallas Education Foundation, I have some real concerns about the way this has played out through the years. And obviously do not want to see the district continue not to put additional funds in schools, which I think need to be put in there, and continue to fund positions that don't pan out to do what we think they should do. That's a concern. The document that I have regarding the the MOU between us and the Dallas Education Foundation speaks to no goals, no timelines, nothing. So there would be no way for us to hold them accountable based on this document. I could never support going through what we've been through before and not have accountability. We ask our principals to have accountability. We ask our executive directors to have accountability. We ask all of our employees to have some type of accountability, and I think we should be asking the same. I don't quite understand what Dustin was talking about, where there are part-time DISD employees and part-time DEF employees. So maybe you could, because you agreed to that, so maybe you could explain that to me.
Right. So I'll do both. I'm going to go back to the goals.
Okay.
And in here, we do talk about a work plan or a strategic plan. And so we can certainly.
But is it in here?
Yeah, it is. I was looking
Okay.
for it,
Where
but
is
I'm
it?
not seeing it right now. But I will. I'll look for it. But what we could potentially do is, put the term goals, in here, make it so that it maybe is more specific. But throughout this document, there's accountability where the foundation will report to the board on the dollars that have come in, the dollars that have gone out. And in the spring, I think the first step we needed to do was to reinstate the foundation with the 501c3. And then we need to have an MOU with the district. And so once all of that is done, then we'll go into really looking at and having some work sessions with developing the goals and the strategies to reach those goals and outcomes. But you're right, we absolutely have to have goals in order to.
So they're actually not in this document?
No.
You're saying that there will be a work session. And I'm not interested in signing a document until we have some kind of goals attached to what we're going to do. We had an organization that we were thinking that was going to raise additional funds for us. And virtually, I don't know how much they raised. I think the two gentlemen here were probably on the board. So maybe they can tell me how much we raised on a yearly basis.
Well, I can tell you, and we have accounting of all the dollars that have come in each year.
Did they come to the board?
To this board?
Yes.
No, but what we've
Okay.
written in here is that we will come to the board to share the work that's been done, as well as the dollars that have been donated and how they're being allocated.
Okay, so you want to share something with me?
Yes, so for example, and again, over the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of donations that have happened. TI has continued to contribute monies, but for 2018, currently there was $123,000, and I'm talking about grants that are over $5,000.
Okay.
So there are things come through that might be $50 or $100. So I'm looking at $5,000 or more. In 2017, there was $600,000 that came through, and again, that's $5,000 or greater. And a large part of that came from TI, which was $423,500. 2016, there was $232,900 that came in. And again, there was Texas Instruments gave about $73,000. And then Farmer Insurance Group gave $100,000 that went to Band Instruments. So I will submit this into the tracker, and again.
So when you submit it into the tracker, can you share with me the disbursements?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that would also be important.
So what I can do is get a summary report.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
And again, what I'm sharing with you now, and I sent this, but it was late, so I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, but I'll submit it through the tracker so that everybody will have an opportunity to see it. And then, again, I'm more than happy to sit down individually with with anyone who wants
I
to see
know.
the financials, because I do believe it's
I
important.
do want to see the financials, but I also want to see this document changed, so that this document will begin to address some of the things, the reporting that they will do on a yearly basis,
It-
some goals, some.
It's in here.
Yeah, it does have.
The reporting, and and I'm not finding it right this
Okay,
second,
that's
but
okay.
there's.
Okay, I'll look for
Yeah,
that.
do you see it?
Okay, and so,
There are reporting structures to this board, and then there is a strategic planning that's happening, which, I mean, we can't get the work done if we don't have goals. So there will
but
be.
Pam, that sounds good, but I've been around this horseshoe long enough to know if you don't get it up front, there's a strong possibility you won't get it. And so what I'm asking you is to ensure that, and I'll be glad to sit down with you and tell you what my thoughts are
Okay.
regarding that, but to ensure that we don't go back down the same rabbit hole we've been down.
Absolutely, and I share.
I just don't, and Dr. Knowles, I see you over there flexing, but I mean just what I say. We don't need to go back down that same rabbit hole. We got to make sure, if we're gonna do it, we got to do it right.
Okay,
And
so
then one other thing,
can I just tell you
let
where I
me-
found it? Okay, you go.
let me finish.
Sorry.
So the other thing is that we have a really good volunteer and partnership department.
Yes.
And so I want to know how this is going to interact and play into that department, because they do some of the same things.
And so in the presentation, I talked about integration, and we talked about how this person would be working. I mean, there are things on the Dallas ISD side, and then there are things that are just strictly DEF. And that's where I see there's this cross-pollination or integration where, because you're right, we do have volunteer and partnerships, and they are out there getting contributions. I guess the difference that I see is the Dallas Education Foundation is really focused on more corporate philanthropic organizations that are supporting district initiatives. Whereas volunteer and partnerships, there are things like if a school needs a washer or dryer, they can get that. If a school wants to have some specific professional development, they can have that. Volunteer and Partnerships does a great job with the Pat and Emmett Smith back to school, so the book packs and the school supplies. And so I think that that's where that's where the focus is of volunteer and partnerships. But you're right, I do think that there should be integration and partnership with those two. But that's how I would bucket them.
So while I feel like there should be integration, I think there should be some limitations in terms of the Education Foundation coming over and siphoning off.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
And
I just
understand.
don't want to see that. When you already got something good going, and then you got the two parties going to the same
Sure.
person,
Right,
trying to get funding, I don't want to see that.
right. And
I don't want to
understand.
see anything that we got working
Broken.
put at jeopardy.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's
Trustee
really-
Solis.
I wasn't
Can-
through.
Yeah,
My time up?
yeah.
Can
Too
I,
bad.
can I just bring attention to the goals?
Yes.
No, now I want it. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. It's on page 6, and it's B2, and it starts with the DEF shall present a written strategic plan that accurately represents the direction and priorities of Dallas ISD to donor prospects and aligns DEF's fundraising programs and campaigns. So it goes on there to really talk about there being
Not quite the
plan.
goals I'm talking about, but we'll talk about it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. So, thank you so much to all of you for what you've done, for your service previously in trying to help the foundation, and for what we might be able to do moving forward. I'm really hopeful about what this work can provide to bolster the efforts of DISD, and really excited to see both of you helping in crafting this. I do want to echo my colleagues' sentiments about making sure we get it right this time. I mean, we, as you know, have embarked on a whole host of new, innovative, transformative reforms that I think have allowed us to do some really awesome stuff and put our district on a brand new trajectory. And we consistently are faced with this idea of existential financial crises. And so any way that we can insert new revenue and new capital into our efforts is welcome. And there is no better city from a philanthropic standpoint to do just that than Dallas. So I know that this thing can work. So going to the MOU specifically, though, I recognize that it's going to be difficult to get goals without us hiring people to then place a strategic plan in place so that we then can scrutinize, in a prudent fashion, what those goals should be. If you go to page 11 and you go to term and termination, I would offer perhaps a suggestion, and you can feel free to throw away my suggestion. It happens often. But if there were a way in term 1 where we say this contract shall have an initial term of 3 years, if it may be better to shorten that, predicated on the idea that we would have the board would be able to see what the strategic plan looks like within that first year, and then perhaps say, all right, if we feel really comfortable with that strategic plan, we feel comfortable with the people that you've been able to hire, and we believe in the goals that are being presented in the strategic plan, then we can say, all right, now let's go to round 2 of this MOU discussion and see if we then, build out an initial 3-year terms from that. So basically, we say, we trust that y'all are going to do the right thing. We trust you're going to find the right people to put this plan together. And we trust that you have this district's interest at heart. But because of previous stuff, we'll trust you for a year. Now let's come back and then let's build out some future terms. Just a suggestion. But I would also say to my colleagues that if you look at terms 2 and 3, we do have the ability, if we don't feel like this thing is going the right way, to terminate this MOU. If you look at item 3, it says the contract may be terminated by either party by giving 60 days written notice to the other party. Now, I recognize that would take on this, I recognize on this board that we do need to make sure that we would, there's had to be a majority to do this.
Sure.
Right? But with that being said, built within the MOU are exit clauses. So that, I think I'd feel a little more comfortable, at least with a second pass perhaps at term 1. But I am very much in support of where you all want to go, and I want to give you the time to make sure that you have some good people with a good strategic plan, some good goals that can benefit the Dallas Independent School District. Again, thank you for your work. Looking forward to continue to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton.
Thank you. Well, I just want to echo some things that have been said before about appreciation for the work that's been done. And one thing that's really impressed me being on the board is the generosity of the city of Dallas, both from individuals that give probably 1 million hours of their time every year to the philanthropic community and the corporations that are just so generous to the district. So I appreciate that. I can also imagine the potential for a foundation that's firing on all cylinders to bring in more of those dollars, and certainly to echo some things that have already been said, we could use those. There are ideas for things that would really be helpful to kids that come to my attention all the time, but we have a budget, right? And we have to live within that budget. So with that being said, I also want to echo some of the concerns that others have expressed about making sure that we get it right this time, because there's been a lot of false starts. As I've talked to people about the foundation that I've known for a long time, they can point me to missteps and things like that. So I guess I have a couple of specifics within the MOU, but also want to ask just a general question. Do you know of donors who would get the Dallas Education Foundation up and running, hire the executive director, et cetera? Do we know of donors who would give to the foundation who are not already giving to DISD? Do we have ideas, without naming any names, of course, but do we have ideas, corporations or others that maybe?
Do you want to Do you want
we
to?
haven't tapped, or that maybe you have, that the board has talked to, the executive committee has talked to?
Yes, we do.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. That was just something that I wanted to know. Okay. I know there are a couple of items in terms of DEF obligations that are in the MOU. They're sort of forward-looking, and the DEF will reinstate its 501c3 status, or things that I know you're working on right now, but to me, it would be a lot more comfortable for the board to sign on an MOU once those things are in place. So if we need a liability policy in place, let's get it in place, and then everything's kosher, we're all lined up, ready to sign off.
And can I
Yes,
just respond?
yes.
So, and I apologize, I neglected to talk about this bullet here. But the second bullet there, and over, I would say, Victor, probably the last 6 months, we've been working on the 501c3 status and making sure that we are in good standing with the Secretary of State, with the Comptroller's Office, and the determination letter we should have by the 15th of December. So those are all the things that are needed in order to make sure that we're in good standing.
Right, okay. And then I like what Trustee Foreman's saying about goals. This is a memorandum of understanding, so obviously there's a deeper strategic planning process that could happen and be valuable to the foundation, but is there a way to capture within this MOU some expectations? So what can we expect, what can you expect beyond the nuts and bolts of who's gonna pay for the office and that sort of thing?
Trustee Pinkerton, if you look at page 6, number 2, and about midway through, I don't know if that language is specific enough.
The strategic plan shall reflect the DEF's annual goals and plans.
It's
obtaining
about,
these goals.
yeah, and the annual goals and plans for obtaining these.
And maybe one shade more specific. This just says there will be goals, and so that's great. But maybe if we could go one shade more specific, just to have some idea. Maybe it's not even in the MOU, but
Do you have, well, maybe we can talk offline.
let's take
Okay.
that offline. Yeah. Let's see what else. I heard what Trustee Marshall was saying about if the foundation could, let's say we envision it one day becomes a $100 million foundation or something like that, then maybe you need more support staff to support that, and then we want to have provision for adding for that. But would there also be, would this also be a place to capture maybe a cap on administrative expenses, so we don't wake up one day and find out that it's 50% administrative overhead for the foundation? You know, certain foundations will report their administrative spending.
And I think that would probably have to be a board, the board to discuss that, but we could certainly, I think, take that under advisement.
Okay. And I want to echo what Trustee Solis was saying about the one-year term. I think that makes sense. And there's also provision for a once-a-year report. I think just to start out, for sure, we'd want to maybe get a quarterly report to see how things are going, goal progress measures, right, for this particular endeavor. And then the last thing is on the term and termination. We don't really want to think about a termination, but it could happen. I know it says it can be terminated by either party by giving 60 days written notice. In that event, where does the money raised by the Dallas Education Foundation go? Like any money that exists within the foundation, where would it go, or what would happen to it? So if y'all could address that, that would be great.
So it would default back to the district.
Okay, is that already in here? I
And,
just didn't know
and
where
so, and I, Trustee Pinkerton, let me just make sure that the language is in there and it's very clear, and I'll work with the attorneys to ensure that.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for all the work that's gone into this.
Trustee Henry.
And I'll be brief, starting where Trustee Pinkerton ended. Thank you all for getting this back on track. And thank you for the folks that are already on the board, that are gonna be on the board volunteering their time to do this. I think other people have already also mentioned the ability for our city to commit to our public schools. I think they made a lot of testament to our public schools in a lot of different ways. So I think this is a way we can ask them to invest in something they're already committed to. But a bit bigger than that, one I think this is really important is it's going to allow a lot of connections between the businesses in our community and our schools. I think a lot from small businesses to, Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies, giving them the opportunity to have another connection to our school, I think is a huge benefit for us to really try to build a movement around supporting our public schools. So I'm thankful that you're all doing this. I agree with Trustee Solis and Trustee Pinkerton in the sense that this 1 year type of trial period where we get a understanding of where it is. I also agree on the quarterly reporting. I wasn't here before, but I know there's a history with the Dallas Education Foundation, so making sure that we get on a good start before we kind of, I don't want to say let the reins loose because I don't think we'll ever do that, but before there's more freedom and flexibility as far as how it operates. I want to echo Trustee Marshall's sentiments around the ED. I think this person needs to be incredibly exceptional, well-connected in our city, committed to our public schools. So I think that's very important. I have hesitancy. I like the idea of putting some loose goals in the MOU, but I think whoever that ED is, if they're good at what they do, they're going to have their own strategic plan and way to go out there and fundraise in our city. They're going to have very unique talents. So I would really like them to be part of the plan on how to do this. So I like the idea of some sort of measurements, but I wouldn't want it to be too strict to a point where it limits who we can recruit as an ED, or the ED gets here and can't do what they need to do because the limitations we placed. I don't think, I'll speak for myself, I'm not a fundraising expert, so this person should be. So I think they'll be in a better situation to kind of dictate what this looks like. So those are my brief comments, but thank you all for doing this. As we've had conversations, Pam, this is very critical. I'm sure we all have ran into people that are willing to support something like this, but we didn't have the vehicle to do it. So I'm glad this is finally up and running, or getting there.
Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you. Now, Pam, I know you spoke. Maybe I missed the guy speaking. Did I miss it? I didn't want to give you guys come up here and not say anything.
I'm glad to be here, thank you.
Okay.
I hope as evidenced by the fact that we've been here all day. In all seriousness, I appreciate the fact that we're here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to offer whatever service and support I can for our children in the city.
Okay. You gonna stay until the Cowboy game starts?
Well, Stephen A. Smith is talking trash on Twitter. I have been checking my Twitter account, so I'm looking forward to the game and dashing his expectations of our Cowboys not winning.
Okay, then, okay. Well, Pam, you and I have talked about the MOU, and I'm gonna send you a few other things in writing. But just to go over a few things.
Sure.
At the heading, it includes the Dallas Foundation.
So, and that's my fault. So on what's attached now, you'll see that it's not.
Okay, then.
It's just between DEF and Dallas ISD.
Okay, and I think I've asked you for copies of the bylaws, the articles of incorporation, and any previous agreements that the DEF has had with the district. Because as I recall, this is our third go-around at this dance. I think the first one was the last time Hinojosa was here. And I think Ron Kirk was the inaugural chair of, and then the next pickup was when it moved more so into the chamber, and Superintendent then Mike Miles picked it back up, and we tried to make that work. And now here we are again with Hinojosa number 2 and DEF number 3. So must be something with Hinojosa that keeps bringing it back. But I think the idea is good. I've heard of foundations working very well for other school districts. I think where it has worked very well in other places is because of the consistency.
Correct.
It's not just we give it a good push and then we just see how far it's going to go. There's consistent work towards it. So hopefully we will give it a push and keep on pushing and keep on supporting. I think I also talked to you about, I think what's not in here that probably should be is some type of advisory council, and I know you and I talked about possibly the DAC being that council, but I'm really leaning more towards teachers and principals. Because when I talk to teachers and principals about the Education Foundation or about getting grants through the foundation,
Sure.
they know very little. So my thinking is that if you have teachers and principals on that advisory, then at least they will know what's coming in and where it might should go, or even help with the plan, the strategic plan or the goals as to what will work best in the classroom and what central office folks might think works best. I just think it always best to talk to the people that are the end users. Let me just kind of go through, I'm kind of sequential in a way. I think we talked about having at least an annual report to the board, right?
Correct.
So we have an idea about how things are going.
Right.
I know we've said that before, and hopefully that would be, I think it alludes to it in here, but I think it mostly says that the strategic plan is going to be approved by the superintendent and other things by the superintendent. I'm not sure that it says the board will get.
Yeah, it's annual. But I did hear several board members request that it be more frequently, especially at the beginning
Okay.
of the reinstatement.
Well, that's more quarterly at the beginning, but then at least annually
For A3
going
on
forward.
Sorry, trustee.
You
It's-
found it?
Yeah, page 9, and it looks like it's A.
4A3.
Yeah, 4, on page, 4, A3, and it's on page 9.
4, 3.
Yeah, so the Roman numeral 4 is on the bottom of 8, and if you go to the top of 9, there's controls. A. Oh, Do you see it, A3?
Number 3.
A3 on 9?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
thank
there's
you.
the annual report.
Okay, that's good. So at the top of page 5, item paragraph B, it talks about retroactive support. Could you give me an idea about what are we paying for retroactively?
Sure. I want to say it's probably February of 2016, there was an addendum to the MOU, and that was approved by the president at the time. And so we believe, and legal has advised us that that really should be approved by the board. And so that would include the director's salary. It would include the assistant salary. And then I also believe that there was some type of reporting system that was purchased during that time.
So let me make sure I understand. You're asking us to approve something from prior years?
Well, I'm asking to approve the MOU the way it stands now, and the MOU, this MOU states that any MOUs or agreements that were written prior to now, this would supersede it.
But on this item specifically, the retroactive support, is this document going to retroactively pay for something that happened?
Well, it would be the director salary,
That we've already paid for,
correct,
that is no longer working for us?
correct.
And you're asking us to approve it?
Well, I'm, yes.
I would say that's not a good way to do it. I would think you should do that separately, outside of this agreement. If you're asking us to approve something that was done back in 2016, I think that item should be taken care of by the board separately, outside of this. You guys may remember a few months ago, there was an item that you guys brought to us and embedded. There was a way to get more staff, and we had to go back and separate it.
So your recommendation is to take this particular piece
Take
out?
B out, and if we need to if we need to ratify an expenditure from a prior year, I think we ought to do that independently of this.
Okay.
You might talk with our auditors, not financial people, they might agree. I think that's about it. I think. So let me ask about on page 6, and this is more of, on page 6, paragraph number 5, and there are a few other places where we talk about cost to the foundation. So the foundation, we're asking to supply general liability insurance on an employee of Dallas ISD, on 2 employees of Dallas ISD. Or is this beyond just those 2 employees and their actions?
I'm not reading that as this is for the employee. Is that how you see that?
Okay.
Yes, please.
The way I understand this to function, I mean, we as a board have to have general commercial liability coverage to cover any fiduciary missteps or mistakes on our part. So the insurance that this contemplates that we do have in place protects you all against our missteps such that there is recourse for the district for any errors and omissions on the part of our board and raising funds for you all.
Okay.
That's the nature of the insurance that we have in place and that I understood was being baked into this MOU through this provision.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're going, and like I talked with Pam, the foundation is going to be such an integral part of Dallas ISD that it's almost like it's another department in Dallas ISD, in that the employees of the foundation are actually employees of the district. They will be housed in space provided by the district, supplies and everything else supplied by the district. And I'm going to assume it will be part of the district's financial audit each year, since the foundation will be operating solely for the Dallas ISD, solely for the Dallas ISD, with employees of Dallas ISD, the whole setup by Dallas ISD. I don't think that's in here as far as the financial accounting. I really think that should be integral part of the district's financial audit by Weaver or whoever else we have as our external auditors. And I think that'll give the board another level of sense of security, if you will, about the finances of the foundation. Although we in our fiscal year at the end of June, and the foundation would end when? End of December, or would it be the same as the district? Have you guys even talked about that?
I believe it's at the end of December.
So that's, okay. Still, I just think it ought to be integrated into the district's financial statement. And I'll send you a list of other information that I'd like to get
Thank
from you.
you.
Thanks now. Appreciate you guys working.
Thank you.
You might want to run catch the Cowboys. Tailgate is getting ready to start. It's almost dark outside. I saw a mighty line outside on the park, on the highway.
All right, I just have a few comments. First, to just follow up on the question that Dr. Blackburn raised about ratifying the expenditures.
Sure.
And this would not require new money, right?
No,
Okay,
no,
so
it's
this would
already,
just-
it's, the money was in salaries,
Okay, so this is part of cleaning up
correct.
the foundation so that it's ready to launch again.
Correct.
Okay, I don't want to repeat all of the questions and comments that my colleagues have raised, other than to say thank you for getting this going again. Thank you for the efforts and the time. I mean, there's a huge opportunity here. The numbers that you recited from 2016 to 2018, and if you backed out TI, are rather small for a city that is as generous as Dallas ISD is. And I would hope, and I've looked through this presentation, that we would take a real hard look at why it did not succeed in the last two iterations of this, because this seems to me to be one that can be phenomenally successful in Dallas, and especially in Dallas, and comparing the successes that other smaller districts have had that exceed what we've been able to do. So I'm confident that the administration will do a thorough autopsy of what happened with
Yes.
with the first two life cycles of the Education Foundation. But we can really do a lot with this, and you know, I appreciate the two of you staying here all day. We're very happy to have you. We'll try to make it a little bit more efficient for you the next time around. But thank you all. Yes, Dr. Hinojosa.
Yeah, I also want to, these two gentlemen have been stalwarts of being at virtually every meeting that we've had in the last few months to try to get the foundation back on track. And yes, I do share the sentiment of the board members that we have to get it right this time. And there are a lot of the issues you've properly identified. But now I think there is a great opportunity. What's different is that now that we have 70 industry partners who have low risk and high reward with our collegiate academies, now they have something that's valuable to them that we can now go and ask for some more support in a philanthropic way. But I do want to thank both of these gentlemen who have been at every meeting that I've been at to try to right the ship, and Pam stepping up also recently and taking this on. And so we're making progress, and we'll certainly take all your feedback, but this is so important that we get right this time. And thank you for asking all your diligent questions, but we will give you our commitment that we're going to get it right this time.
It's all pro bono.
We can afford that, but thank you all very much.
Thank you
Really
so
appreciate
much.
you
We
being here.
appreciate it. Thank you very kindly.
All right, trustees, as we said earlier, we're going to move next to item 10D of the agenda. And item 10D is a discussion of board policy ELA, local campus or program charter partnership charters. This is a first read, sponsored by Brian Lusk, Acting Chief of Strategic Initiatives.
Before Brian Lusk begins, I have an announcement that it is now Dr. Brian Lusk. He defended successfully, so at a school that both of these gentlemen know, University of Texas at Austin. And so Brian's taken on some new responsibilities. Of course, David Thompson is very well, knows a lot of the laws and a lot of the things that are regarding 1882, and he's been a tremendous resource in this process. So I'll now turn it over back to you, Brian, so you can pick it up from here. Thank you, sir. Well, you gotta get smart enough to turn on the mic.
There you go. There was a red light. So yeah, I don't feel smart just yet, so now you see why. But thank you, and good afternoon, trustees, Dr. Hinojosa. So we do have David Thompson with us today from Thompson & Horton. In addition to the policy we will discuss, I also provided you with a draft regulation that would accompany this, should it be approved later in January. So that'll come around to you in a few moments. But just to kind of share a few points that are important for this policy, this, of course, is a TASB recommendation that we've given to our legal department, who's made some modifications as a result of some consideration. And of course, as a first read, this will be a great time to get some feedback and some input from you. But essentially, this policy allows us to, a school or multiple schools, to potentially partner with entities such as nonprofit organizations, institutions of higher ed, or even governmental agencies through Senate Bill 1882, essentially. And I think it's important to note that if this were to be something that came into fruition, that it would remain this school or these schools would remain Dallas ISD schools, so that ultimately in the end, they still remain Dallas ISD students, Dallas ISD school, and the student achievement results and ADA, et cetera, would all come back to Dallas ISD. Now, of course, this policy was born out of Senate Bill 1882 in 2017. And this policy is required in order for us to participate in partnerships. So let me just share a couple, if I may, a couple of the benefits that we feel like are really worthwhile in this potential policy in the partnership. First of all, we think that while it comes with money, that's really not our aim. The main aim of it is to really look at the expertise and support and the benefits that come with partnering with an external entity such as a nonprofit. In addition, there are performance contracts that are created as a result of these partnerships, and we feel like the performance contracts can really help outline the parameters that would be necessary and important for us as a school district to engage in such a process. In addition, there are also autonomies that schools can participate in as a result of this process. So just a few would be consideration would be calendars, adjusting the calendar year or adjusting the school day schedule, and there are others, of course. But as I think about this process, I want to provide just one example from my own experience. I think that really maybe will help situate why this is a benefit for Dallas ISD and potential some of our schools. Several years ago, I was a principal of New Tech High School, and it's a very unique instructional model. And with the model, we had some supports that were really important and necessary to be successful. And some of those supports, for example, were there's a platform that teachers and the students use. It's called ECHO. And on that platform, teachers collaborate around development of projects, just not within the campus, but beyond the walls of the campus across the country. And so there's a benefit there. Also, there were technical expertise was provided ongoing from staff members from the New Tech Network, so that throughout the school year they conducted campus visits, provided support, and in addition they would engage in whether it be Google Hangout or other efforts to provide the support. And so we feel like the benefits that's one example that the benefits of a partnership through this ELA local policy would be a value add. Just a few things I do want to share in further consideration. There are some potential drawbacks that could be perceived, and let me just share what they may be. As you probably have seen in the policy, that if we engage in this process, there would be a governing body that would essentially supervise the campus principal, or they call the chief officer of the campus. And so that was one of the potential drawbacks seen by some maybe. The other would be that there are some non-negotiables for consideration, and they are that the governing body would have a purview of the curriculum, but I would add that if we went through this process and engaged in the call for proposal, then ultimately we would be able to identify the instructional model, of course, that was most beneficial for the school, that's currently in place, theoretically, right? Then choose a partner through the process that best meets the needs of the particular school. And then, of course, in addition, the performance contract would outline some of the goals and expectations, but specifically the academic goals as well as the financial goals would be outlined there, among others. And so I'll pause for a moment, and David will help us today, as noted earlier, to answer any technical questions around this policy.
Lots of technical questions.
All right, Trustee Foreman.
And you let Blackburn talk 12 minutes the last time, so do not try to cut me off. 2 minutes? You did. So I'm telling you up front, don't make me act up here. All right, my friend. Lots of questions, and I think for good reason, lots of questions. because the policy does not define actually why we would be going into a partnership to start with. I know the last time that this was brought before us, some of our very high-performing schools, in fact, most of our very high-performing schools were put on a list to go on into partnerships, which really didn't make any sense to me. If they're already working under us, why are we partnering with someone else? And so I want to make sure that we don't go down that same rabbit hole again. There are additional drawbacks for me. One of them is that, and I'll go through this as quick as I can, but one of them is that the partnerships are for 10 years and for a renewable 10 years. So basically what happens is that you pretty much exit the district with these partnerships if you're not careful. And while I understand the students are still ours, and we still get the ADA, I also understand that this district went through a process of home rule charter to try to take away the governing purpose for this board. And this falls right back into that same situation, in my opinion, because you're removing from this board. Then the other thing is, and maybe, David, you can identify for me exactly, there's some financial benefits, and I think the last time we talked about this, there were some financial benefits, but the district had made a determination that whatever the excess money was that was received, 80% of that would go to this entity or the partner. So are we talking in that same way now?
So for the funding, obviously our goal is to utilize the funding to support the campus. So essentially, majority of the funding would go to the partnership to support the campus directly. And so I think if you take the example that I spoke of, it would directly be used to support the campus with the professional development and the tools and resources to maximize the campus and the student outcomes.
So what you're saying is that the dollars will go to the partnership, but what is it that ensures you that those dollars will be spent on the campus?
Yeah, the performance contract would delineate the expectations from the school district, and this board would approve such performance contracts that would be engaged in, but essentially, yes, there would be some guidelines set up in advance.
You said something really clear to me, this board. Those over there, and us over here. So I'm just gonna go down this little list that I have. Starting with on page 1, which talks about the authorization. But it doesn't speak to at any place where these entities that we're talking about would have a proven track record. That's not on here anywhere. Have you guys considered any of that?
We have, and through the process, through the call for proposal process that is required in this policy, there would be a vetting process, and there would be a committee established to vet the candidates to make sure.
I'll get down to that
Okay.
too, because I have some concerns about that also. So authorization doesn't speak anything to the making sure that there is some proven track record. Then if you go on the definitions, operating partner and partnerships, it says a partnership means a district authorized campus charter establishment in accordance with the state law in which the board contracts. So it's this board going to contract with them, but I'm not sure if this board will be, I know this board will not be overseeing the operations of that particular partnership. Then under application process, the first sentence, The district will consider applications from nonprofit organizations, governmental entities, and institutions of higher education. In establishing the partnerships, the district shall issue a local application. So basically what it says is the district is going to issue an application that say, y'all come. That's what I read in here. Instead of identifying areas where there might be needs, this looks like a y'all come. That's not what I would be looking for. Then if you go to under 3, application process, under number 3, again, it's back to the partnerships, but no proven track record. And then the application process shall include the committee that you talked about. Do we have any idea of what this partnership committee would look like, or what it would be comprised of?
Yes, essentially the committee, review committee would be, the requirements are a minimum of 3, one of which would be external evaluator, of course, and then a minimum of 1 internal. And so obviously there's a little bit of latitude as to the 3rd or more possible committee members.
So we don't know what it really looks like. You're saying it could be some additional ones also?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to see at least 1 community person put on there. And maybe even a teacher put on there. So that there'll be some clear understanding as to. That's connected to the possible school. Thank you. You see, I let Dr. Blackburn clear me up. Then on page 2 of 8, under conflict of interest, it says a review committee member shall disclose any potential conflict of interest with an applicant. It should say that that committee member that has a conflict of interest shall not participate in that particular application. They got a conflict of interest, why would they participate? Just saying. Then also under the review process, under number 3, it says, request that the board schedule a public hearing to allow applicants an opportunity to present their application and campus plans to the board and to the community before formal consideration by the board. I'm not sure if that is the best way to do that. I think the board needs to have some idea of what applications are going to be before they're presented to the public. One of the things I struggle with on this board is, just like today, we get information when we sit down at this table. I'm the one that gets the big binder, Justin. So I struggle with getting information at the same time. Then, I'm rushing, Dan.
Trustee Foreman, I'm happy to grant you an extra 2 minutes.
Okay, so still on to under partnership performance contract. Why is it in law that it has to be 10 years? Is that the law?
Go ahead, yeah.
To clarify a little bit about the 10 years, there's a provision of Chapter 12 of the Education Code that's been in law for 23 years. It's subchapter C. It allows the district to grant in-district charters to some of your own campuses. And I think y'all are
We've had
familiar.
some,
You've
yeah.
done some of those. That provision has always said that that in-district charter that you give to a campus is for a 10-year period. That's actually in statute. You may or may not have been aware of it. That's where the 10-year comes from. Technically, what you're doing in an 1882 consideration is the board first would decide whether you wanted to grant an in-district charter, provide some of that flexibility to a campus, And then you'd be entering into a partnership to help manage that in-district charter that you gave to that campus. The contract with the partner is not required to be for the same 10-year period, and that's what I want to clarify.
But that's not what this said.
It can be for up to 10 years, but having worked with TEA on a number of these, many districts are starting with a much, much shorter contract, in some cases as short as 3 years, with review procedures and opportunities to either terminate or extend after that 3 years. But the 10-year period is for the in-district charter to the campus. It is not automatically required that it be the same as the term of the agreement with your partner.
So I have to tell you the same thing I tell everybody else. If it's in black and white and I read it,
Yeah.
that's what I believe. So it's in black and white and I read it, that's what I believe. And I'd like to see that change. I think 10 years is far too long.
Okay, we'll do a second round.
So you,
Anybody else?
so
It
you
says for up to 10
come off anyway.
Anyone else? Trustee Pinkerton.
Thank you. Just have a couple of follow-up questions. I guess the big picture one is, why would we be considering outsourcing our education? I think DISD is considered one of the fastest improving districts in the state. Why would we be looking to outside entities to run our schools when we're doing a great job?
Well, we feel that we do agree that the work that we're doing in Dallas ISD, we're making great progress. We also feel like that there are value adds, and a value add, just again, back to the example I provided earlier, there are some technical experts out there that can provide even a greater level of support, and with the opportunity through the financial support that would lead to these resources, it would help just make our schools even better in some of the spaces for those that we considered and possibly engage with.
I think the example you gave is with a school currently, New Tech High School.
Correct.
Where we don't have ELA, right? We don't
Correct.
have this policy in place, but we're still getting that expertise.
No, not necessarily. Some of it, yes, but some of it, no. Initially, the school had a grant, a turnaround grant, and so there were resources beyond. And so some of the technical expertise were provided as a result of the funds. And so I would imagine some of those same supports aren't fully there. Now, we have a great T&L department that provides professional development, but the specific project-based learning technical support was very powerful.
And let me also add that we don't know where this could be because we haven't done the proposals yet, but there may be a particular partner that may have particular expertise in the arts, technical version of the arts, that they could come that maybe we don't have that capacity at the district level. Or it could be someone that has a particular expertise in early childhood that has a different slant than we have. So there are potential people that maybe have a much narrower focus and resources. Project-based learning could be one that while we dabble with that, we don't have a bench of people at central office that could give us the technical expertise. These would have to be very unique and very exciting for us to consider partnering with them. So that's what we would discover in the application process and how we match up people with particular expertise with an idea of where we want to take a school. So that's just an example. But
Okay.
yes, we have to be very careful about, well, if we can just do this ourselves. And it doesn't need to be about the money. There will be some additional resources, but those resources are there to actually to benefit the school, whether it's through the provider or through us. It'd be there to benefit those schools who go through that process.
Do we have some potential partners or type of partner in mind where this
So there have been some conversations, but we haven't landed on schools yet either. So given that, once we figure out specifically what schools for consideration, obviously this policy has to be approved for anything to happen, but we can simultaneously, though, engage in a call for proposal in conjunction with this policy going forward. So to answer your question, we've talked to some companies for consideration, but again, once we land on some schools, that'll really help us to determine and drive what the best fit are based upon the supports that can be provided.
Okay. DISD involvement. So these will still be DISD students, I would imagine. There will still be responsibilities that DISD will have toward those students. What are those?
Well, I'll let David get into the deeper details, but essentially the performance contract that's really how we delineate the roles and functions. So for example, transportation, food service, those aspects theoretically would be handled by Dallas ISD still, but essentially those details would be outlined. And if you look at the regulation, that also provides some of what the application talks about in the performance contract, and how we would determine which supports would be necessary for Dallas ISD, and then what supports for the partnering entity.
Sure. What the policy does is simply authorize the consideration or the conversation. A district might very well adopt the policy and never actually move forward to any specific contracts with schools. The actual contract with a partner would set the boundaries on the responsibilities of the two partners. What has been typical in agreements is for the district to, again, retain responsibility for enrollment of financial accounting, PEMS reporting, special education services, transportation, food services, law enforcement or security on the campus, campus maintenance, facilities, and all of those would be very carefully delineated, and then there would be a corresponding list of specific responsibilities that would be delineated for the partner. And then it's also typical in these agreements to have an addendum that would list very specifically all of the policies that the board has adopted that would continue to be applicable and that the partner would continue to have to comply with. But those levels of details would typically be contained in the specific agreement because it will look different for a pre-K center or an elementary than for a high school potentially. But that would typically be some of the responsibilities in other agreements that we're familiar with where you've seen those type of responsibilities continuing to be there for the district.
And I'm assuming we're still doing our STAR reporting and there's a lot of TEA, program evaluation, some of those kinds of things.
Yes, for the state assessments, we would continue the state assessments. That is outlined. The other assessments, the partnering entity would have purview as to what assessments may or may not be implemented. So again, I think that would go back to the performance contract and be outlined in it.
I know there were some statements made when we looked at this, I don't know if it's been a year now, but that the dollars that would come in to an in-district charter would be higher than the dollars that we're getting. But we've changed the tax rate since then, and we're getting more dollars per student. So how do those dollars compare at the new tax rate?
I can tell you as it stands currently, so I'll let David kind of speak directly to the tax rate, but as it stands currently, obviously it's a little bit of a moving target depending on, it's a weighted formula, but essentially between 1,700 and almost 1,900 would be the financial difference per student that would be received.
Seems like that's about what it was at $1.04.
I have not looked at a new calculation at your current tax rate. I am familiar with, I've had it run for every district in the state on last year's tax rates. I simply haven't updated it given your action recently
Trustee
here in
Pinkerton,
Dallas.
the material that was provided by the administration in the August 16th meeting said that if we did pass the 13-cent TRE, that would increase funding per student by about $670 per student, if that helps.
Okay.
The TRE would increase funding, and then the 1882 funding would be on top of that.
So could you run that analysis for DISD with the new tax rate?
We can do that.
Could you just get that to us later?
And I think we do want to be clear, the numbers we just gave you would be a district average looking at the entire student population of Dallas. It might vary slightly from campus to campus, just depending on the student population at that particular
Right,
campus.
okay,
So there could be some variations there.
Okay. And then there's a comprehensive performance, accountability, and compliance monitoring system that's mentioned as part of the partnership performance contract. Who oversees or implements that?
We would, the administration would be able to, would oversee and then provide an annual report to the board for consideration. So there would be an annual evaluation of performance. Anything to add, David?
Right. You would have at least annual evaluation and reporting. Some districts that are considering this have asked for quarterly reporting or some more regular reporting of performance. So that would be something to be negotiated in a specific agreement in the context of a specific school. What kind of reporting you want and how much reporting on a regular basis you want back.
I think that'd be something that would be great for a policy, if we were to move forward with this. Just two quick things. Conflict of interest, so there's a requirement for a review committee member to disclose that. It seems like there should be a requirement also for any applicant to disclose, mirroring the same sort of balance that we have with our vendors. Right. And then the last thing is the review committee. I think that's critical in terms of who gets involved in the review of these applications. The board's counting on that committee to come back with a view, and there's going to be a lot of different perspectives there. My concern is there doesn't seem to be any board input into who is on that review committee, so I think that's something that ought to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Marshall?
So I've slept since the last time we discussed this a year ago, but I remember leaving that meeting with the impression that when it comes to the day-to-day activities of running a campus under a partnership for 1882, that there's a lot of power vested, that remains vested in DISD, and this sounds a little different than what we talked about a year ago, and I recognize that at the time we had that conversation, the commissioner hadn't offered an interpretation of the law, so we were still operating without complete knowledge. But I think this policy is well written, but it punts a lot of the finer details to the partnership contract. And what I would be curious about before we sign off and vote on the policy is understanding if you get into the weeds about all the details of who's in charge of what between us and the partner, who's, like if we think about who hires a teacher, who provides instructional coaching, who sets the curriculum, who disciplines, who terminates a teacher, who runs the janitorial services. I mean, I could go on forever, right? Like of all the things that it takes to run a school, what would remain under the purview of DISD and what would not? And for me, it's hard to think through the pros and cons of the policy without having an answer to that question.
Let me, if I could interject, David, I don't know, since your firm has worked with several of the districts that went through the first year, and if those, I'm assuming some of those agreements now are public because they're executed, and if you have permission from those districts to maybe share a sample, so the
That'd be
board
very helpful.
could see a sample of what an agreement looks like instead of some nebulous theory, I think it might help them see actually what one actually looks like. You have worked with several districts that have actually already implementing this, is that right?
We have, and we're currently working with a number of districts that are at least considering it in sort of the second cycle. Last year was the very first cycle. TEA was late getting their rules in place, and so I think there was quite a bit of confusion and kind of late consideration last year simply because the rule process there are a number of districts kind of taking a look at it in the current cycle.
So
and-
I
and
think
we'll
that would be,
happy- yeah.
that'd be very helpful to understand.
Yep.
And in my head, I'm probably oversimplifying this, but I'm kind of thinking of a grid, like an Excel spreadsheet where there's rows of duties and responsibilities.
Yep.
That, you know, and then there's columns of, yeah, that check mark, that stays with DISD, or check mark, that goes with the partner. And you can kind of work your way down the list and figure out how much control we really retain versus lose. And, you know, my overly simplistic way of thinking about this, to Trustee Pinkerton's point, which I think is a really good question. I mean, if we're doing really well and we're improving faster than everybody else, and the details of this potential partnership agreement cede the power and control over important decisions to the partner, we certainly wouldn't want to do that with our high-performing schools, right? Because we're already being successful on our own. We wouldn't want to cede over autonomy and control in a successful school to a partner when we're doing a great job. We might want to do that in an underperforming school. But on the flip side, if we're keeping all the authority and autonomy in the partnership agreement, then we should do it in every school, because it's an extra $1,800, right? So to me, the details of that simple grid in my head determine what the strategy is for pursuing this. And so I think we have to get our heads around, you know, what autonomies we keep and what we give away before we know how to proceed, if that makes sense.
I think we need to be careful about making any kind of blanket statements, because there are some schools that are doing well, but they don't have enough resources. But if we had a partner who had a particular niche that could make it even better. And actually, on the turnaround side, we're the best in class on turnaround. We have ACE. We don't want to give any turnaround school to anybody else. Those I'd want to be more protective of. So I think we just need to see what the proposals bring us, and what potentials there are. Now, part of this is very confusing, because when the law first rolled out, you got accountability pause if you put an underperforming school, and then we looked at that and we said, well, man, they're not even getting the rules out. We don't want to do that. Plus, we got ACE and ISN. We punted on that. Then there's this other one, how you enhance programming and how others bring other things to you. And those have been fewer that have been gone all the way through the process. So I think we just kind of, let's wait and keep our powder dry. There may be some that can actually enhance some of our schools that are not getting, now these schools would have these resources. But I think we have to have a policy in place to do it. But I think what a fair question is, okay, what do some of these proposed contracts look like? So we can really get an understanding of what the board is. And there are certain things that you give up if they're going to be running a school, and other things that are negotiable. So that's something that you need to see in writing, and hopefully we can get some samples, if you get permission, David, from some of your other districts to bring them.
And just to add to your comment, Trustee Marshall, I think, and the comment Trustee Pinkerton made, obviously the devil's in the details, right?
Yeah.
And that's a fair request. I would say that just one example for consideration is, the teachers, for example, if outlined in the performance contract, would remain Dallas ISD teachers. So there are a whole lot of different details that we would have to kind of comb through and make sense of, to Dr. Hinojosa's point. But I just want to point that out, that while there will be a governing body, and while that governing body would supervise the principal or the chief officer of the school, if you will, there are some ways and for us to ensure that many of the aspects of the success we currently have continue, but further value added as a result of this partnership.
Yeah, and I think I agree with everything you just said and everything the superintendent said. My only point is you're going to hear feedback from this board based on two ends of the spectrum, right? One end is, oh, I've got this vision of DISD losing complete control over everything, and I don't like that. The other end is DISD is going to keep complete control, and the version I have in my head, and I'm just going to get some extra money. And I'm like, okay, great, right? And so the truth is, it's probably somewhere between those two things, and we need to understand where it is before we can develop a strategy around it. So, but I think the idea, subject to the details, is a good one. You had something to add?
I want to add a point for clarification to go to a comment Trustee Pinkerton made. Remember, this is policy ELA local. There is also an ELA legal that simply is a restatement of the legal requirements. And there is a current requirement in the TEA rules that authorize 1882 partnerships that any member of the board of a partner, whether it's a nonprofit organization or higher education or whatever the entity, that they would have to comply with the district's conflict of interest rules and laws to the same extent that you do. And that I'm not looking at the legal policy. I would expect that to be reflected there because it is a specific requirement of the TEA rules.
Okay. Anyone else on the first round? Dr. Blackburn.
So I guess I'm looking at it from an operational standpoint and a financial standpoint. I heard what you say about the example with New Tech. Well, let's say if we want to have another Booker T. Let's say W.T. White is trying to become the next Booker T. And you want to have somebody operate that school because you want it to rise up. But we're gonna let somebody else operate that school without our input. But we're paying for the employees. Everybody's gonna be governed by our policies. But the school governance is not gonna be under our purview, other than they have to follow our policies. And as I'm thinking through this, if an employee has a concern and wanted to file a grievance, would they file it with this board or with the partner? And when there's a cost beyond, but just when there's who pays for the cost of a partnership like this? And I understand there's some money that's gonna come from the state in some kind of way. At least now, there's gonna be some monies coming from the state. When that money stops coming, because so many districts decide to do this, like a Waco or somebody, or San Antonio, so many districts decide to do this, then the state decides, we don't have all that money anymore. So now what? Who's gonna pay the partnership to even become a partner? That's my question.
Well, first of all, I believe TEA is trying to be very careful about their approval of these agreements because there is a financial cost to the state. And
So
yeah.
I'll make sure I understand. So beyond the review committee making a recommendation to the superintendent,
Right.
who makes a recommendation to the board, it then has to go to the state or to the commissioner.
The
for
commissioner then gets final approval of the agreement, yes. And I think they are watching that very carefully, very candidly because of the potential financial impact. What I would suggest is that any contract contain a provision that if the funding ever went away, and at least as the law currently stands, it becomes part of your, in essence, foundation funding. But if the funding should ever evaporate because of a change of law, that would be a basis to terminate the partnership agreement.
Okay.
If you wanted to do. Otherwise, you're taking on an obligation that would have a cost that you might no longer have the funding source for.
Okay. Well, there's still some operational logistics, I think, have to be worked on. But for right now, give us an
Yep.
idea about how much money will come in for one partnership.
Here I can. So I can provide a quick example. If we just took 100 students, right? Let's just call a school of 100 students, and we just use the multiplier of $1,700. Obviously, that's $170,000, right? So
$1,700 per student,
Per student, per year,
I'm sorry?
and then every year, yeah.
So that's how much we would get from the state. And the partnership, the partner would use that money to operate. Am I correct?
It would be part of it, and part of that would be that they would use it, so as we talked about, let's say the professional development resources or the technical resources that would come along with a partner, the money that would be provided, part of that money then, yes, would be earmarked towards that professional support and any other resources that are provided to the school. But David, please add anything else.
Yeah, you, first of all, I would, looking at other agreements, I would expect, because the district will have some oversight and you will assume some additional responsibilities. So under the agreements that I'm familiar with, the district would retain a small portion of the funds just to cover your increased cost of oversight. The expectation is that a majority of the funds actually be used to enhance programs and educational opportunities at that particular campus. Whether that is in the form of smaller class sizes or one type that a number of districts are looking at right now are pre-K centers, because as you know, the state only funds half-day pre-K programs, and so some districts that are offering full-day programs are thinking about this as a way to enhance funding for pre-K, just as an example. And just technically now that you have moved across the divide into recapture, your additional funding, Larry, I believe, would not come as actual dollars from the state, but it would come as an offset or reduction of your recapture.
Whoa. Whoa, make sure I understand what you just said. We will pay less money in recapture.
Correct. Right, for you. Larry, tell me if you disagree, but I think working with a number of both 42 and 41 districts, the benefit to you would be probably received as a net against your recapture.
But the partner would still expect their
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, but instead of paying the recapture dollar to the state, you'd be keeping those dollars and using them in your community.
You remember that commercial or VCR, the radio, the record player from the dog kind of looked at the speaker and kind of cocks his head?
No, we all remember that. He's too old.
RCA. It was beyond your touch. So, what'd you say? My old school crowd know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Y'all come back to me. Thanks now.
So a few questions. Can you describe what kind of input we could have on governance, what kind of controls we could have on governance?
There are several, and we'll make sure and get you a copy of the TEA rule. I think that might be worth having an opportunity to see if you've not had an opportunity to refresh your memory on that. Your partner, and I'm going to use the example of a nonprofit organization, would have its own governing board. The prohibition in the statute is that no members of your board, the superintendent, nor any staff person who's actually directly involved in the operation of the partnership can be on that board. You could have other individuals who are actually employees of the district on the board, but they cannot be a majority of the board. So what the purpose of the rule is to avoid self-dealing. So you could have input on that board, but not majority control of the board.
Can the board identify someone to be on the board from the community?
Absolutely, and in fact, I would probably expect that.
And I think you answered this question, but I'm going to ask it again. Who determines the relationship between the ISD and the partner organization?
There would be.
The bounds, go ahead.
Sorry, no, please finish your question.
That's it.
If I understand your question, essentially it would go back to the committee, right? So first of all, the committee would look at the call for proposals that have been submitted and then determine a best fit and make a recommendation, of course, in going through the process, making recommendation to the superintendent, or superintendent to the board as well, then of course TEA. So essentially, there's a process for vetting the candidates, the partners, but Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
From either of your perspective, what is the highest level of control a district that has already implemented this type of approach has on a campus? What's the most involved?
Well, it's a partnership, so there is responsibility on both sides. Under the TEA rule, the district, first of all, in several that I'm familiar with, and I'll try to find an example that I can share with you, retains all of those responsibilities that I described previously. Transportation, special ed, food service, records keeping, attendance, et cetera, et cetera. What the rule does require is that the partner have final say, not sole, because there can be input, but they get the final yes, no on who are the professional staff who are assigned to that campus. So there may be district employees, and this is simply their campus of assignment, like staff are assigned to other campuses. The partner would get to say, get the final say on who are the professional staff assigned to the campus. The partner would get final say on what is the instructional program provided on the campus. And the partner would get final say, again with presumably input, on what are the budget for the campus on how these additional dollars are going to be spent. How are we going to actually use them programmatically on the campus? So those are the things that TEA is looking for, but there would be a lot of district responsibility, obviously, also for the particular campus.
And in your experience, so once a district creates its in-district charter and identifies a partner and partners with the partner, what's the shortest term you've seen on that partnership between?
The shortest that I've seen, I'm trying to remember if I've seen any where the initial term was 2 years. I know we've seen several where the initial term was 3 years. With provisions in there for termination if there are failures to perform or
And I know you're going to send
during that
examples
3-year period, right?
to this. Can you, so these termination provisions, give me an example of what they usually look like. Are they-
Well, the termination provisions and
What are the metrics they're using to justify the
they-
termination?
The metrics would typically tie to, and I want to describe two types of, and as, think of it in legal terms, just in contractual terms, you might have some termination provisions that are tied to the performance metrics that you've outlined in the agreement, where failure to meet the performance metrics, you give notice that they've not met the metrics. There's a period of time and opportunity to cure. If those are not cured, then there's the ability to terminate the contract. Yeah. There may be other, what I'm going to call failures to perform under the contract that actually affect health and safety or safety and security of the students on the campus, where you would put in the contract an immediate right to terminate if the district so chose, without having to go through that notice and opportunity to cure if it actually affects the safety of kids.
Okay. And I
So,
won't,
yeah, so that's an example.
okay, thank you. And I won't speak for other folks on the board, but I think it definitely provides a lot of unique opportunities potentially. Again, one of the primary concerns that I have from my perspective is governance. You know, I've said this before, we're elected officials that have 9 very diverse districts, and the idea of, you know, the public not having accountability on what happens is a concern of mine, but I think there's ways, obviously, to get around that from the questions that I just asked you. I know a lot of folks have talked about, we are doing very well in a lot of different spaces. I think we're going to have a racial equity presentation later today. There are aspects in places where we're not doing very well. And I think, you mentioned it earlier, increasing academic opportunities. So even in the places that we are doing well, I think there's always potential for us to continue to increase both academic side of it, but also the opportunities. There's places in our city where kids don't get opportunities to do certain things that other kids get to do in other parts of the district, whether it's a tag program, whether it's a music and arts program, whether it's an IB program. There's a lot of offerings this district has that not all of our kids always get access to. So I do applaud the district for doing very well, but I think even the schools that do very well, there's opportunities, and there's schools that aren't doing very well, or subsets of kids in our district that aren't doing very well that could definitely benefit from additional resources. And so could their principals and the teachers and the educators within the building. So that's my 2 cents. I don't have anything else. Mr. Michike.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Foreman, second round.
So, round two. One of the things that we know is that these partners will not be taking on these partnerships from the benevolence of their heart. So how are they going to be paid? The example you used, Brian, was 100 students, $170,000, with most of that, you said, going to the campus. So I'd like to know, how are these partners going to be paid for taking on this responsibility?
I think probably I didn't phrase it well then, because I think if we think of the $170,000 as an example, right, and let's just say they're getting support, let's just call it, say, social emotional learning was a focus for a particular school, and that was the aim of the partner, right? And essentially then the monies that would be then, when I say go to the school, but essentially that means the money will be used for the support that's being provided from the partner to the school, and then other resources that would be peripheral to the support of social emotional learning. So, David, you can clarify any further, but
I would also add, though, the way this law was written, and we don't benefit if we partner with a charter management organization financially, so they're out.
We who?
This district, no one benefits.
I'm not asking
Yeah.
how the district benefits. The district is carrying the weight.
Yeah.
So my question is, and it still remains, is how does the partner benefit?
And that was what I was going to try to answer if I'm given the opportunity to finish.
I'll try to give it to you.
Is that only universities or nonprofits or those kinds of organizations, and there could be a city, they already have a mission, so it's not someone that's trying to turn a buck. For example, let me give an example that doesn't offend any board member, because this school is not in any of your elected board districts.
Good.
This school is our new school at North Lake. It's in Irving. I don't see any Irving board members in here. But for example, let's take this, sir. If there is a partner, a nonprofit or a university that could help us augment student achievement because of whatever technical expertise they have, that they could bring to North Lake that those kids could get, that would be worked out in this agreement. Now, it may be, they may already provide services because they're a nonprofit, or they already have to have, or have a way to operate. So it could be something like that. We don't know that yet until we go out there and do the calls and see what's available. So part of that is, if there's a university, they already have their budget. And this would be a way to augment that particular school with things that they have an expertise to help us run that new school in North Lake. So that's one example of what could happen.
And if I could give another example, and this is one where we've provided, I think yesterday, the actual agreement to your staff, and y'all can make it available to the board. Galveston ISD has they've entered into an agreement, and I think it may be on the TEA website, with the Moody Foundation to help supplement their pre-K and frankly help underwrite the cost of full-day, high-quality pre-K programs. I will assure you the Moody Foundation isn't looking at this as a way to make money. That's not their consideration. And so I think you want to be very, very careful in who you even think about as partners. Any organization that is approaching it from the standpoint of what do we get out of this
So
is probably not the right
what
partner.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying.
Those people
Superintendent, I'm not
probably
sure
aren't
you
the
do.
right partners to begin with if that's their consideration.
Okay, that is a concern. Because the district will be taking on, still have the responsibility of these children. we will still be spending the resources. And I noticed on several occasions, we've talked about pre-K as a situation. And in this district, we pay for half a day pre-K so that the 4-year-olds will get a full day. My concern is, and the pre-K program is the only program in this district that gets automatic funding every budget cycle, additional funding, the only one that I know. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me. But I noticed we've talked about that on several occasions. So there becomes a concern as to how we as a board controls budget so that we're not, because this is now a partnership, that we are not spending additional dollars and taking resources away from other areas where we could be actually making sure that the kids that we're saying that's not getting anything, Justin, is that those kids do get something. And then I'll end it with this. One of the things I know is just because something comes before us doesn't mean that all children are going to have equal access. I've been around this stuff far too long. Everything that looks good ain't good. And so I'm not interested in if there will be a broader outreach. What I'm interested in is to make sure that we are fiscally responsible for the taxpayers' money and that we're not partnering with some people who are going to make money based on the district. Moody is a good example of who don't need the money. But I can tell you that there are a lot of people that will be at the table that will need money because it's an opportunity. And we have to be extremely careful as we go through this process. And then I'm gonna just do one more thing here. On page 7 of 8, under closure protocol, it talks about how the board shall develop a detailed campus closure protocol to apply if the board decides not to renew or to revoke a partnership. Closure. Can somebody explain that to me, Superintendent?
You want to address that's more of a discontinuation?
I believe in the context of this policy, and again, this was a TASB developed policy, I believe that the focus there is the wind down of the specific program, not specifically the closure of the campus.
But it says closure.
Yeah, it says closure in the title, but not in the substance of the actual policy.
So what I think is that, I understand that TASB comes out with a lot of policies. I don't always agree with them. Would you be surprised? Because I actually read them. And so we have to be really careful as we.
Right.
Where's the TASB one? As we put things in place that TASB does, we have to be careful that they in fact are what we are looking at to make sure this district don't come up with a situation where, because it talks about disposition of campus funds, property, and assets in accordance with the law in the event of closing any campus.
And I think the intent there, that would be an independent decision that this board would always make independent of any 1882 partnership.
We need some different language. That is not good language. We can say what we think it means, but I need clarity. Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions and comments. First, as I understand it, we as a board would have to approve each proposed partnership on a case-by-case basis,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second, I was intrigued by your comment about pre-K funding. So, of course, we all know that the state will only fund a half-day pre-K. If we do one of these partnerships, would we get full-day pre-K funding for that, for 4-year-olds?
You do not get full day, but you get these, think of the 1,700 or 1,800 additional dollars that you might get for a full-time student on a campus. Think of half of that.
Okay.
You probably would get somewhere in the range of 600 to 800 to 900 additional dollars, depending on the
Okay, so it's just pro rata,
characteristics, right? But the point is, it's not, it doesn't get you to true full-day funding, but some districts are looking at it as a means to get some additional funding to help underwrite a cost they may already be carrying for full-day programs.
Okay, and I guess I wanted to underscore something that I think Superintendent Hinojosa and Trustees Foreman and Henry's mentioned, is that we are doing way better than the state, right? Our reading gains over the last 4 years beat the state by 8 points, beat KIP and Uplift by more than 10 points. So we wouldn't need to be doing this to turn around our schools. We would only be looking at these kinds of partnerships if there is some other benefit that is available to us, or some area of expertise that we could use to leverage off of. And so in terms of other examples that other districts have already done, this is relatively new, right? How many other districts have something like this in their policy?
Just a very quick background. The statute only passed in 2017. TEA intended to get rules out early fall of 2017. The last week of August, we had an event that sort of changed everybody's priorities, Hurricane Harvey, that affected several hundred districts from Corpus to the Louisiana border. TEA did not get the rules out until mid-spring. And so the first cycle of applications last year only focused on turnaround or low-performing campuses. And frankly, there wasn't a lot of opportunity to plan because the rule process was so late. This year, I think there's probably at least 10 to 12 districts that are thinking about it in this second cycle. And those may be looking at it for turnaround because there is some relief there from the sanctions. But I think there is more interest as time passes at looking at it for innovative programs. I would say that I'm aware of probably 10 to 12 districts that are at least giving it some thought. Now, how many that actually translates into in this second cycle in terms of actual applications, I don't know.
Okay, and the term that is used here is a partnership with a charter. Now, that's a broader term than we think of in that an institution like SMU or North Texas can form a charter for the specific purpose, or how does that work?
Remember, the kind of charter we're talking about here is not the open enrollment charters created by the state. We're talking about a subchapter C charter. It is a charter this board would give to one of your own campuses, It's an in-district charter.
Okay.
And then you functionally enter into a contract to hire a partner to help you administer that in-district charter that you created for your own campus.
Okay.
And that partner.
Thank you for that clarification. That's where I was
Right.
going. In that the partner is not a traditional charter school. The partner
Yep.
would be someone that we enter into an agreement with to
help
run
manage.
one of
Yeah.
our charters.
Correct.
Yeah, and just for clarification, on page 1 of 8, halfway down, application process, it outlines, for example, the district will consider applications from nonprofit organizations, governmental entities, and institutions of higher ed. It doesn't reference charters. So the in-district charter relates to what David spoke of, not charter schools per se.
Okay, I think that's a really important qualification, because I don't want anyone who is looking at this to get the impression that we are turning schools over to our competitors, to charter schools, that we're actually doing something that would be very different, and that on a case-by-case basis, the board will have to approve any one of these arrangements.
Correct, that's not at all the case as far as charters. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Trustee Pinkerton.
Okay, just a quick point of clarification, kind of along those lines. So one of the things it mentions is a partnership with a governmental entity. Is there a governmental entity we feel like we want to consider partnering with?
We haven't gotten to that point so much as a governmental entity, but obviously this language was part of a recommendation that left the door open for consideration, but not at this point.
I think, we haven't had any governmental entity express interest, but if you think about San Antonio and pre-K, they set up pre-K through the city. So that would be an obvious one that may be a potential partner for like San Antonio. So I think they left it open. I don't know if, David, if you know others, yeah.
Yeah, and to follow up, since you used that example, we actually helped San Antonio originally set up the pre-K for SA, full-day pre-K model where the city helps support the program that a number of districts participate in. And they just very recently went through the process of converting that into an 1882 partnership for the primary purpose of leveraging the additional resources that they would get to support that existing program.
Okay. Well, to Trustee Foreman's earlier point, there's some that think the city should run the schools here, and so kind of a point of concern here going forward. I don't know that we need that particular option.
Trustee Blackburn, did you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to remind people that open enrollment charter schools are run by nonprofit organizations.
Okay, thank you all, appreciate it. We've got a lot more on the agenda, so let's move to item 6B, Phase 3 of the bond program update.
Oh, no, we have to do the,
I'm sorry?
goal 2, student outcome goal 2.
Oh, you're right, right. I appreciate that correction. We're at item 5A, Student Outcome Goal 2 update. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty obvious.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Well, today we're going to be reviewing the latest data that we have, and we're using our new assessment. That's the Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment, as well as our ISIP. So as we move into this particular PowerPoint, we're going to see, thank you. So we're going to see that the Texas KEA will help us determine whether the students have mastered, first of all, our developmental benchmarks. Also, part of that would be the Texas pre-K guidelines and the kindergarten TEKS. So as we move forward, you can see the great progress that we continue to make with the early learning success continuing. Moving on to the next one. Here, we show a comprehensive view of what our Texas KEA is like. And you might ask, well, why Texas KEA? Well, first of all, we really did need a multi-dimensional assessment. As you can see here, with this multi-dimensional assessment, we're looking at 6 critical factors. If our students can hit those 6 critical factors, they're really working at a quite an advanced level. So we also needed an instrument that could really inform our instruction. And as you can see there, it goes beyond just the literacy that we had in the past, but it goes into all the other aspects of educating the student. And then finally, an important piece for Texas KEA was that it mirrors a lot of the assessments that the students then will be moving into once they reach first grade.
So trustees, we wanted to give you a little bit of a deeper sense of sort of how the assessment functions and how it's administered. And Dr. Durant sort of alluded to some of this. But this assessment is really powerful because it puts the teacher and the student together one-on-one. So they're sitting together side by side, going through these questions, and you see sort of the multiple ways that the teacher is getting information. The majority of the Texas KEA is student selected or teacher recorded, but they're sitting together going through that. That's really helpful because then the teacher can really see and understand where the boundary of knowledge is for each student and why they're making those mistakes. There's also sort of a spelling component of this where the teacher can start to understand if the students can translate, words appropriately into both the handwriting aspect of it as well as the spelling of it. And then there's a social emotional component, which you just saw on the last slide. As we've talked to you really over the last 18 months about this transition, we did want to provide you a little bit more context on some of the distinguishing characteristics between Texas KEA and iStation. You just heard the key one, which is the way it's administered one-on-one versus a student independently on a computer. Another is that the assessments are actually built differently. The Texas KEA is truly built to measure a student's knowledge around the Texas standards. So it's possible for a student to get all questions correct and get 100%. It's criterion reference, similar to STAR. iStation is not designed that way. It's really to indicate performance against a population. It's norm referenced. We are, for the time being, though, continuing to use iStation as a progress monitor, but as we'll talk to you on the final slide, that's going to change over time. The other thing I wanted to remind you of is we did a pilot of multiple assessments to choose this one in particular. So last school year, we worked with teachers in schools from across the district to look at, really there are 4 to 5 different options we were considering, and Texas KEA came out from that feedback as the strongest one. They both like the structure of the assessment, despite the fact that it is one-on-one and that can be a little bit more intensive. The value add to them instructionally was well worth it. And then it also comes ready-made to help guide their instruction after that. So they get guidance on how to group students, sample lessons, et cetera. And then here is sort of the headline, so the results that we see. For the first time, I think we want to underscore this, we can show you information beyond just a literacy measure. So you can see data for math and for social emotional development. The reason that the literacy reading composite is sort of boxed in those orange dashed lines is we're still required to report a kindergarten readiness data point to TEA. This is the data point that other districts who are using this assessment will be reporting. It's what the makers of KEA recommend that we report. So that 70% of students on track, according to this reading composite, will be our official kindergarten readiness data reported to the state this year. But you see that all 4 of these composites are really sort of in the same high 60, low 70 range. The other thing we wanted to show, as we always do, is what does this look like across different types of populations. So the charts on the left are doing that. You've seen this design before. The students in the dark blue are the ones who are with us in pre-K. They're at 78% on track, according to that reading composite. And then the ones in the green were not with us but could have been. That is a nearly 40 percentage point benefit to pre-K, as shown by this assessment. And the other key thing here is the 80 compared to the 78. The 80 are students who did not qualify for pre-K because they're over income. And so with this assessment, we're seeing that pre-K has essentially closed the opportunity gap between those populations. The other thing we continue to see is that quality does matter. The higher the quality experience in pre-K, the better the outcomes for the students. And that's what the graphs are showing you on the right, where we continue to benchmark quality using the class observation data. As you asked us to do before when we talked about this, we did want to show you sort of how this assessment relates to iStation. So this is a scatter plot of every student. So all of those represent an individual kid and their performance this year on both assessments. The percentages, I think, are really interesting to look at. So 42% of students who took both assessments were on track according to both ISIP and Texas KEA. 28% of students were not on track according to both assessments. In the top left, we see that 4% of students were on track according to iStation, but not KEA. But what's most interesting is the bottom 25%. What that's telling us is that iStation has indicated that a quarter of our students are not on track. But Texas KEA, again, a direct knowledge-based assessment according to the Texas standards, are saying that they are. This is really fascinating because if we base instructional decisions on that 25% being not yet on track, then we're making response to intervention decisions, we're making grouping decisions, we're potentially changing the pace of instruction for students. So we think this is really helpful to better know exactly what our students know and are able to do, so teachers are moving instruction along at the right pace according to where those students are. And then here is the iStation data. Again, you've seen this trend chart before. We wanted to continue to show you that. The colors mean the same as they did a minute ago. Gray is not qualified. Green could have come to pre-K but didn't, and blue did. Our overall iStation rate is basically the same. It's several tenths of a points higher, but essentially we see the same data points year over year here with iStation. What we see across grade levels has not changed, whether we look at kinder, first, or second grade. We also showed you STAR data a couple of months ago, which is still true at third grade, is our pre-K students continue to outperform their non-pre-K peers, and we continue to see that consistently and strongly.
So looking at the last slide, we see that we have a typo in the very first one, which is continue K-12 curriculum development. So in our division, we're continuing that. Part of that is because we're preparing for the new TEKS coming out. So TEA is expecting us to have brand new TEKS for next year. So that's going to be a very important part of our curriculum progress for next year. Also, we're preparing to scale our Texas KEA as kindergarten progress monitoring in 1920. So what's going to happen here is that Texas KEA is going to be rolling up a year at a time. We're going to be rolling it up with them so that, remember, this is the assessment that best mirrors what's going on in the other grade levels, because in this assessment, it covers the TEKS just like the STAR starts with TEKS in third grade. So we will also plan to continue our expansion of pre-K and as well as our partnership expansions. And as always, we'll continue to focus on the coaching and the quality of the expansion in the schools that most need us. So we'll be really focusing on our focus schools, our developing schools, and part of our competing schools. That is really what our focus is for this oncoming year.
That's it.
Appreciate the appendix, by the way. Trustees, any questions?
Somebody else ask first. Anybody else? Well,
Trustee Foreman.
I didn't stay up all night for nothing. So I'm actually on page 7. And Derek, maybe you can tell me, or Yvonne, under the gray, you say that's the affluent. So not to qualify for pre-K doesn't mean you're affluent.
It means that you don't meet one of the 6 criteria. So predominantly in our district, that means that you're either not an English language learner or you are above the free reduced lunch threshold. Actually, I should correct that because the state actually did a good thing in terms of eligibility and raised that from 185% of poverty to 200% of poverty. So now it means that you're not eligible for Medicaid, essentially.
Okay. So again, my question would be is that for the gray bar, you call it affluent. There are a lot of children that are not in pre-K, do not qualify, but are not affluent. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yes, we agree with that.
Okay, so the chart refers to affluent, does it mean just children who are not in pre-K that did not qualify?
Sorry to get bogged down in the word choice there.
It's not bogging down, it's a perception that you are putting forward.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
The students in the gray are in the gray bar solely because they don't meet one of the 6 eligibility criteria.
So I would just say you don't say affluent.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not bogging down, it's just being real. The affluent is not the word to use. And then the other thing that, another question I have is for this Texas KEA. So the testing is going to be one-on-one?
For the most part, it is. Let's go back to this slide. The student selected and teacher recorded material, which is the majority of the assessment, is one-on-one. And that's the same format that we use in pre-K for the assessment. One of the things that I neglected to mention is the Texas KEA is designed and released by the Children's Learning Institute from the University of Houston, and they also produce the Circle assessment, which is what we use in pre-K. So the nature of the assessments and this teacher-student relationship while taking the assessment is identical, which we think is helpful across the continuum.
So I guess my bigger question on that is that how long would the test last? We're talking about 3- and 4-year-olds, I'm assuming. Or are we just talking 4-year-olds?
No, this is kindergartners. So these are 5,
5-year-old.
maybe 6, given
Okay.
when the assessment is
Yeah,
administered.
and given when their birthday is.
The time, yes, ma'am. The times listed up there, the 30 minutes, 12 minutes, and 3 minutes, that's the total time per student over the period of 4 weeks. So our recommended administration schedule is over the course of an entire month. So no student is sitting for that duration at one time.
For the 30 minutes at one time?
They're not doing that. That's
Okay.
being spread out over multiple days.
Okay, so unfortunately, I don't see that on your chart, so that would help too. Because I think about young children and, restraining them for a long number of time, keeping them focused is difficult. So that was a question that I had. Okay. And so my last question is that for the Texas KEA, I would assume that it's in English and Spanish.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh. And so how many of our students actually took it in Spanish and how many took it in English?
I'm going to go to the appendix that Trustee Mitchke appreciated because that's where we'll find this answer.
Okay, good.
And it is, you get the sense a little bit here, the English versus Spanish.
Tell me what page you're on.
14.
Okay.
And it usually, Trustee Foreman, is about half and half. It's not perfectly the case, but usually half are testing in English and half are testing in Spanish.
Okay, I'm trying to see where, okay, so you're talking to the far right?
Yeah, so if we add up all those, the 1900, 2000, et cetera, that's going to roughly be equivalent to what we have on the bottom, the 4,500.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Trustee Pinkerton.
Okay. All right, thanks for the update. I'm interested in the new assessment that you're using. I know some of the comments that I've gotten from teachers over the years is that they feel like sitting one-on-one with a student gives them a much better idea. To your point, was when the student guesses by clicking on a computer, they don't know whether it's a guess or they really knew, or are they hesitating before they give the answer. So my understanding of this is a move in a positive direction for sure. I did hear some things about, well, it doesn't test rhyming, there's other things that it doesn't assess. Are there other assessments that teachers are doing in terms of other areas that are just part of their, maybe not part of this assessment, but part of their evaluation process?
There's absolutely, I'll say a couple of things to that. So within the curriculum work that we've done, we provided guidance on what's called in the curriculum demonstrations of mastery, and that's true at kindergarten and it's true at 12th grade. So that's giving teachers suggestions on how to really sort of week by week through the curriculum know whether students are keeping up. Another thing which isn't district-wide, but we really encourage is a teacher doing a running record, and that's sort of traditional reading, teaching efforts of sitting down, maybe not one-on-one, maybe with a small group of students, and really understanding where all of those deficits are so they know how to correct that. So I think that there are certainly ways that teachers can gather that information, but the curriculum is continuing to provide guidance both in lessons in terms of what you should deliver as well as suggestions on how to understand if students are making that progress.
That's great. And then I know just in terms of big picture, this early learning investment that we're making, what was originally presented to the board is this goal of trying to close the gap between the qualified and the non-qualified students, right? And part of that is just getting kids into pre-K. How many students do we have enrolled now in our pre-K programs for this year?
Total enrollment, which includes 3 and 4-year-olds, is just shy of 13,000. So it's in the upper 12,900 range. About 3,400 of those are 3-year-olds, and the balance are 4-year-olds.
That's fantastic. I think your team has to be commended for the work that you've done, and I know you've had support from other administrative functions and getting the word out and getting folks in, but that's fantastic. I think the other side of that was improving quality and defined as percentage of students that are going through our pre-K that are kindergarten ready, because not all of them end up by the end of the year kindergarten ready. And so I know slide 9, if we could go to that one. So over on the 2018, so the blue bar is the Dallas ISD pre-K, and the not qualified students is the gray. So 54.9% of students who attended Dallas ISD pre-K on ISIP are kindergarten ready, as opposed to the non-qualified students, almost 70% of those are considered kindergarten ready when they enter. It's been a struggle, as you can see from the year over year, and I appreciate you including that because we just haven't made a change. In fact, according to ISIP, it's gone down. But when I look at the Texas KEA, it shows a very different picture. It shows that the blue bar on slide 7, and as you said earlier, that students who attend Dallas ISD pre-K, we have closed the gap with the non-qualified students. So problem solved, or what's going on?
I would answer a few things to that. When we look at slide 9 and the gray bar in particular, that is bouncing around all over the place. And you mentioned some logistical and assessment attributes of iStation being on the computer and all of those that certainly may have a factor. But the other thing that I think that we need to remember is we did not touch any of those students in the gray bar before they showed up to kindergarten. So their entire experience prior to sort of showing up and taking this assessment was not related to Dallas ISD, but you still see pretty erratic changes in their performance. The other thing goes back to what Dr. Durant said in terms of alignment with assessments across the board, and that's what we're seeing here with Texas KEA. So when we look at other district-administered assessments, like end of fall ACPs or Terra Nova Supera data, which we update you on as an end-of-year measure, the results look much more closely to this. And so it makes sense to us that KEA is more accurately representing where our students are, both based on the design of the assessment and how we're capturing the information. The other anecdote I would give you sort of to help us think about, why these do look different, because we know that they do, is actually to go back to Harley. I think it's the first time I didn't include a Harley slide, but I'm going to talk about it. On KEA, their kindergartners were at 83%. I think given everything that we have talked about, and for those of you who have gone to that school, that probably resonates as true, that 83% of their kindergartners would be on track. On iStation, it's 59%. And so that is a glaring sort of how do we grapple with these worlds? And that 83% looks much more similar to what we see historically, again, for ACP data, Terra Nova data, which are really, structured and formal in terms of how we administer those.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Marshall.
And Derek, refresh my memory, the iStation test has built into the scoring metric, it has an essential ceiling where it starts to cap out, right?
It's effectively, yes,
Which
because
is
we're
around
looking.
60, is that right?
Yeah, we're looking at kids above the 40th percentile. So, I mean, that implies that 60% of kids at max would be above the 40th percentile at scale.
Which is why we see Harley at 59,
Yeah.
because they're essentially
Yeah.
at 80, really at 83.
Right.
So I'm thrilled to see that you're going in a direction of a new, more robust test, and also thrilled that my colleagues seem to think that that's a great idea as well. And I'm interested about the social and emotional component. How are we testing that?
It's a great question. And so, to go back, you see the social competence and emotional management are really the things that we're getting scores on. This is actually a checklist that the teacher completes on the teacher's sort of own time. So this is an example of where the teacher and student are not one-on-one. The teacher is observing that student really over the period of sort of 4 to 6 weeks. And then it's 10 basic questions, and I actually captured some because I thought somebody would ask me this question. So the teacher is answering a checklist with rarely, sometimes, or always, basically. And some of the examples are, does the student join an activity that's already in place? Another example is, does the student know how to ask for help from an adult when they can't reach a resolution? So it's a lot of things like that, but the teacher has gathered that evidence over time after being in the classroom with them for a month or more.
Okay. So we feel like this test is better both for kids because it's one-on-one and not taking up a fixed, large amount of time for them to do. They can, break it up over time. We think that it's incorporating more dimensions of success than ISIP is. We think that it's not capped out at the 60% artificial ceiling.
Right.
So those all sound like great things to me. The two issues that come up when you switch tests, right? One is that you don't have longitudinal data to compare over time. And the second one with this test, which I'd love to get your perspective on, is the norming kind of component. Like when you're having teachers fill out tests for kids, there's differences in the way teachers assess the behavior of kids, right? So how do we teach the teachers to administer the test in a equitable manner across all student groups?
The only part of the assessment where the teacher is reflecting on that independently is the social emotional part. Everything else that the child is actively involved in the moment of assessment. But given, I think, those two examples, and we can certainly share with you more of the questions if you like, but they're pretty easy to respond to when you've spent, at that point, more than 100 hours with a child in your classroom, particularly if you're a self-contained kindergarten teacher and you're with them all day. It's pretty easy to know how to respond to that. The other thing, though, is we have done and we will continue to provide training to teachers so they know how to administer the assessment, be accurate in it, and more importantly, use the information afterwards.
So you're going to train them all on how to give the test?
And we have. Yeah. Yeah.
And also, Trustee Marshall, this will allow us to have a portfolio on the students so as that they move up the grades, they move on with their portfolio. And that's why it was important for us to take the Texas KEA onto the next level, because it really does focus on those grade level TEKs.
So it sounds like you're planning to continue to administer ISIP for some period of time just to have a longitudinal comparison? Is that?
Yeah, for this year in kindergarten, iStation will be done middle of year and end of year, and we will share that data with you in these updates. What we are going to do, we're not requiring it, but we're encouraging schools to continue to use the KEA at those time points as well, and we already have schools who found such value in this that they're committed to that. For next academic year, this would be the required assessment, beginning, middle, and end of year, and iStation would be, we would no longer implement that.
So next year it's gone?
In kinder, and we'll sort of roll this out over the next 3 years through second grade is the intention.
Yep. And then I'm assuming, I just want to hear this said, but I'm assuming our intention is to not change the normed test anytime in the foreseeable future after we select this one and keep it.
No, we don't see any reason to move away from this assessment.
Okay, great. Well, the last thing I'll just say is, every time you come to us, I continue to be impressed with the results. The information on slide 7 is astonishing. I mean, a 40 percentage point improvement in performance for kids that attend DISD pre-K is astonishing. And I just commend you and your team for the work that you've done, and look forward to you guys continuing to improve that. Also look forward to you guys working with the partner sites to improve their outcomes, because I noticed a slide in the appendix is not nearly as impressive results for the partners as it is for our campus sites. So I hope you guys will impart the wisdom from our campus sites to our partners. But great work, and please keep it up. And again, as I've mentioned time and time again, if this board can support you in any way that we're not already doing so, please don't hesitate to ask. Thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry.
So I have a lot of questions, but first just want to applaud your progress. I won't reiterate what other folks across the board have just said, but I definitely applaud the work you put in and the growth you're seeing, especially in early learning. I think you both know that that's incredibly important to me. The second piece, I really appreciate you moving to a system that I feel like empowers educators to do what they do best, which is spend time with their kids and evaluate where their kids are and not relying on tests or computers. I think this is really a nod to our educators in our district. I think they can effectively evaluate where their kids are if they have the time to do so. So I don't know where to start with these questions. The first thing is, can you just walk me through what this assessment looks like? I know it's over time, but if I'm a kindergarten educator, what does it look like?
Absolutely. So we, first, we put out a suggested schedule of how to administer the assessment. So literally we gave, in week 1, day 1, you should consider giving the vocabulary assessment, for example. Teachers did not have to do that, but we wanted to help them think about how to approach it, which is why we put the recommended schedules out. But imagine that, you're the teacher, I'm the student. You're sitting down and you have an iPad or a laptop or something in front of us, and you're facilitating the assessment, which means you're going to click on the vocabulary section, and that's going to pop up on the computer. The test shows an image of gloves, and I have to be able to tell you that those are gloves. The test shows an image of a stop sign, and I have to be able to tell you that's a stop sign. So it's looking at images which are vocabulary that 5-year-olds or kindergartners should know, and I have to verbalize that to you. In like letter names, that's pretty straightforward. So I'm going to flash the letter C, and I've got to be able to tell you that's the letter C. With letter sounds, there may be 5 letters on the screen, and they're making the sound of the letter P, and I have to identify the letter P accurately for you. And that's where the instructional value really comes in, because if every time I'm hearing a P or a B or a T sound and I'm getting those confused, the teacher then knows how to cue into that issue over time. So there is a technology component to this, but it's not student-driven. The teacher is there facilitating the movement through the technology.
So focusing on literacy, so flip it, I'm parent of that kindergarten you're talking about. After that assessment is done and I come meet with the educator, what kind of feedback am I getting?
There's the ability for you to get really great feedback, and this is a frontier for us that we need to do more work on. But the assessment will basically produce a report that is mostly parent-friendly, that the teacher and the parent could sit down with and talk through. There's also suggested activities that it provides that can be done at home, so families can reinforce those skills.
Okay. Okay, thank you. When is the assessment completed, generally?
This was done in the month of September.
In one time, the whole year?
Again, we're going to encourage people to do that again in January and again in May, but it's not required this year.
So required in the fall, usually in September.
Yeah.
Not required beyond that. Yeah. Okay. I think Trustee Marshall talked about the normalization process. ISIP is normalized against who?
I think you're using that word in different ways. At least I hear you using that word in different ways. iStation is a norm reference test against a population across the country. Texas KEA is not a norm reference test. You either get the question right or wrong, and you get credit for that.
So after we finish doing ISIP, do we have any ability to see where our kindergartens are against the kindergarten in Cincinnati?
No.
Do we plan on having any aspect of our evaluation to see where we're at? Do we plan on incorporating anything that's going to allow us to see how we're performing against kids outside of Texas?
This assessment will not let us do that outside of Texas, and there really are no options at the K1 or 2 level to do that. The best sort of national comparisons are going to come later in 4th grade, et cetera, with the NAEP and other assessments.
So
But
I
we
have to
will be
follow-
able to ultimately compare ourselves to other Texas districts with the KEA.
I have to follow up with you because my daughter's 6, she was 5. We do get a percentile of some sort.
On
There's some way
iStation,
to
there
do-
is a percentile, yes, but I can't pinpoint for you how kids in specific localities are doing. And iStation wouldn't share that data with us even if we asked.
Did I hear you saying there's not a way to get a percentile? That's why I was.
We may be saying different things, Trustee
Yeah.
Henry, and I'm sorry for that.
No, don't apologize to me.
When a student in a classroom takes iStation, that teacher knows whether they're Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. We then can see across the district, across the classroom, across the school, the percent of kids who are Tier 1. But whether that student is Tier 1, 2, or 3 is based on the national norm sample.
My concern is I don't want us to feel like we're doing a good job with our kindergartners and then realize that, and we're not. And I don't think we're at that spot, but I would never want to be in a place where we feel like our kindergartners are performing well, but really they're not in the highest percentile if you just go beyond our own internal measurement system. So just a statement, you don't really have to respond to that. I have another question. So their educator, their kindergarten teacher is going to observe the kid. Are other people going to observe them in different environments? Their PE teacher, is that the only person that's going to provide feedback on these measurements?
For the social emotional part, which is the observational component, it is that classroom teacher that's doing that. That's an interesting idea for us to think about looking at other instructors in the campus, so we can think about that.
I would see if we're able to see other people that see that child in a day, if they're able to also, I don't know where or when, but evaluate where some, especially with social emotional, but where kids are in different spaces. Talked about the longitudinal revolving. We don't have scores for all of our kindergartners right now, or do we?
This data represents it represents about 91% of kindergartners, because that's the percentage that we got complete data on.
Do we have that disaggregated by schools?
Yeah, not obviously in this presentation, but yes.
Could I request that at some point to see where each school is regarding
Yeah.
those? Yeah. On the KEA evaluation, not IC, okay.
Yep.
This might be my first time hitting my 10-minute mark.
Got 3 minutes, brother.
Yeah, I know, I don't want
Excuse me?
The Cowboys are playing the Saints, and I'm a Louisiana
I can't
boy,
get a
so
few
like
minutes, trustee, for
we
me?
have other vested interest in this.
So does Scott.
I yield my 2.5 minutes to trustee Foreman. That's what I'm gonna do.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Okay, all right.
Who dat nation?
But I just want to emphasize a couple of takeaways for me, and I think it's really clear from this data that pre-K is closing the gap, and we saw, I think on that slide on page 7, that economically disadvantaged kids who attend our pre-K do twice or score twice as high as economically disadvantaged kids who don't attend Dallas ISD pre-K. And then on slides like the 10, 11, and 12, I think, the concern about pre-K fade out that we saw from really that isolated Tennessee study, that's not happening in Dallas ISD. The gains are holding, so I do appreciate that. I share the concern that Trustee Marshall expressed about not having comparable data over different years, and I don't know if there's any way to backstop that with continuing the test and doing both tests for another year. I don't know how involved those tests are, but I do see the value in the new version where it looks like you get a lot more data, and it's actually useful to teachers in terms of on a going forward basis, being able to access data that they can use to help kids. Okay, that's all I've got. I think keep up the great work. Thank you. Okay, item 6B, Phase 3 Bond Program Update. Hello, Scott.
Good evening. Just another reminder, there's a Cowboy game on in like 30 minutes. I can't. But good evening. What's that? So we have an action item that asks for approval of the Phase 3 projects and the architects associated with those projects. We felt like it was important to provide you with a more detailed analysis of how we arrived at the projects for Phase 3. And just to go back a little bit, this is actually our third consecutive month that we've come to the board and talked about facilities, whether it dealt with the long-range master plan or the strategic facility plans. September, we presented the LRMP and version 1.0, and then we turned around November 1st and did version 1.1 of our strategic facilities plan. And of course, today, we're going to show you how we arrive at Phase 3 bond projects, specifically utilizing the data from the long-range master plan and what we had proposed in version 1.1 of the strategic facilities plan. So just to go back a little bit, you can see the information that was in 1.0 and 1.1, and I'm going to concentrate more on the 1.1 because that's actually what we used to determine our Phase 3 projects. The only thing I'll mention on this slide is that all of these schools in version 1.1, which are new campuses, they did play a part in the decisions we made to select Phase 3 projects, and you'll see that in a little bit. And then, of course, we presented the money before in terms of 1.0 and 1.1. More specifically on the 1.1, you can see that we needed approximately $1.6 billion to do the items identified in the long-range master plan that were needed to accomplish priorities 1 and 2. And when you look at priorities 1 and 2, we've had the discussion before as far as, we probably ought to go into the buildings and accomplish both priorities 1 and 2 at the buildings we can, rather than doing a little bit now and then turning around in 5 or 6 years and coming back into the buildings. So you can see what's covered under priority 1 and priority 2. I actually went through all of the projects we're recommending to see exactly what would be done as a part of priority 1 and 2. And just very briefly, the big things that came out in the reports was a lot of parking lot paving projects, sidewalk projects, a lot of new roofs on our buildings, mechanical systems, fire alarm systems, sound systems, intercom systems, window replacements, interior, exterior painting of the facilities, power washing of the exterior of the buildings, new marquees, new signage, classroom casework, new marker boards throughout the classrooms, flooring, ceiling, lighting improvements, and from a security standpoint, creating secure vestibules, adding cameras, and adding keyless access to all of our buildings. So a pretty significant improvement to the buildings that we would select. Going back to the bond program, in phases 3 through 5, there's approximately 121 projects that are identified, and we have total available funding of about $450 million for phases 3 through 5. So if you go back and look at the 121 projects and apply just the priorities 1 and 2 to those projects, we would need a total of about $1.5 billion to accomplish priority 1s and 2s at those 121 projects. So in essence, we need approximately $1 billion additional funding in order to address the needs at all of the projects that were identified in phases 3 through 5 of the bond program. So with all this information, we developed criteria to select projects for phase 3. And as you can see, these are more or less in order. The facility condition index, we took all of the buildings and just ranked them based on their highest FCI, which meant worst condition, to the lowest being the best. And then we also looked at projects that have had previous bond work, meaning phase 1 or phase 2 of the bond program. We have some schools that have had work done in phase 1 and they still have a high FCI. But we felt like the remaining dollars, we should concentrate on the schools that have not had any work done to them, rather than going back to schools that had work. We have 4 high schools remaining in the bond program, and if you'll recall when I brought you phase 2 a year or two ago, year and a half, we made a concerted effort to move up the high schools and address our high schools as quickly as we could. So there's 4 high schools that are left, and we're recommending all 4 of those move forward as part of phase 3. We did a cutoff of enrollment as far as looking at the buildings, saying any building that exceeds 300 students would be considered a part of the phase 3 as long as funding was available. And then version 1.1 renovations, all of the projects, you'll remember when we went to 1.1, we had 17 new schools, but we identified renovations for all of our buildings. We did not show any closures, with the exception of IDEA, moving to North Dallas, and what's the other one? Nolan Estes closing down. So in looking at version 1.1, renovations for all the projects, but then the new schools that were identified in 1.1, we would not do any work to those in phase 3, because if we're truly going to move forward at some point strategically and replace those schools, it did not make sense to put money into those schools now, knowing that we would most likely replace those in the future. We applied priorities 1 and 2 to all the schools, so we can get the schools selected to look very good and meet the standards that we want for our buildings. And then finally, a maximum of 4 schools per district for each of the 9 districts. We set a high limit, and that really, we went through the list, that really only impacted 1 school that didn't fall in order. So here are all the schools listed from the highest FCI down to the lowest. And the very first school, Hawthorne, I actually highlighted that in green because that's already been approved. That's a phase 2 project. We're moving forward with that. So in the comments column, you can see the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones we are recommending for phase 3 of the bond program. And then the ones that are not have an explanation of why they were skipped over, whether it was enrollment, whether it was scheduled for replacement in the 1.1 version, whether it already had previous bond work done. So I'm not going to go through each of these schools, but you can see how far we got. We went as far as we could with the money. And then where you see these isolated projects, those are actually the high schools, even though their FCIs are low, made the decision to move forward and bring the high schools up. And then on this page, page 13, this is just a summary of the projects. There are 27 projects being recommended and the funding for each of those projects. And originally, I thought, all of these are going to be renovations, but as I went through these projects, there are some additions that go on to these buildings. For example, Bryan Adams is over capacity right now, so I believe there's a 10 classroom addition as a part of priority 1 and 2 that was identified. Many of them, the high schools, gymnasiums, athletic locker rooms were identified. Some of the elementary schools had cafeterias and kitchens. There were many things that would create additions onto our campuses. So as you look at the money, $375 million, which is what we had, and then $75 million we have set aside for West Dallas K-8 and the Rosemont project. So $450 million we have available for the remainder of the bond program. These schools total $440 million. So with this recommendation, we would basically have a $10 million buffer to either utilize for other projects or possibly need for overages that may occur on these schools. So I've also included a breakdown by district of what projects were included in Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. The Phase 3 being the recommendations we're bringing forward. And just to give you an idea of the money, for example, if you look at District 1, Phase 3 is $33.7 million that would be allocated to them. If you go back to the original bond program and just look at the money that was originally allocated for these buildings, there was only $8.4 million allocated for District 1 for these 4 projects, and the recommendation is 33.7. So almost, every single district, the projects that are listed are getting significantly more money for those specific projects than what was allocated in the bond program. So the 3 districts. And then in closing, I'm trying to move quickly. I'm sure there'll be questions. We've reduced the bond program to 3 phases. Originally, it was 5. We're trying to move quicker so we can do more in a shorter amount of time. And it does allow us to move quicker and to address our needs more quickly. This is the plan we're coming forward with. And, I truly believe this sets us on the right path to address the needs at our facilities, because even if you look at the money that was originally allocated for those schools, we don't even have enough money to take care of the roofs, the mechanical systems. And I know those aren't sexy type of improvements, but they're so important. And we have so many buildings with roofs that need to be replaced, and that impacts the interior of the building, causes environmental issues. And this is our plan to move forward with the end result, hopefully being, a future bond program that allows us to do this at all of our buildings and get them up to the standards that we feel we need to have them at. So with that,
Before we take questions, I think also what this allows us to do is when we're projecting another bond election in 2021 to do the rest of the schools. And by doing this, we would have touched every high school in a significant way, every comprehensive high school, albeit that does not include schools that have already were in great shape, such as Conrad or Wilmer Hutchins that got upgraded. And the other thing that it does do the extreme makeover at several schools in every part of town. So we cover the entire city, and it shows the taxpayers what the rest of the schools would look like as we prepare for a future bond in what we're projecting right now in 2021. So with that being said, that was kind of a summary of the why as we take your questions, comments, and concerns.
Okay, trustees, questions? All right.
Oh, Dan?
Yes.
I do have a question. Oh, Scott's standing up. He's.
I was getting ready to go.
Let me just say that I know this is very difficult, right? There's a lot of needs. You're identifying 1.5 billion. Your report says overall there's long-term, the next 10 years, about $6 billion worth of needs, and you have $375 million to work with. So I get the challenge, and I understand that you can't do it at all. Just looking, so zeroing in on District 7, right, and the schools that have been identified there, a couple of concerns. The first one is Rosemont. I think you have it listed as Rosemont Middle School, but it's our upper campus. So Rosemont had more money allocated to it than the funds that you show here. This is just enough to address priority 1 and 2 needs. But the reason Rosemont had more money allocated to it is that Rosemont is a choice school. It's one of the first ones, a dual language program. And that school is a pre-K through 8. But what never happened for Rosemont is any kind of expansion to provide facilities for middle school students. So they're still with the teeny commodes in the potty, in the restrooms, and there's no science labs, and they don't have a place to dress out, and the gym's too small for them, and all those kinds of things. So this was a need that was identified going into the 2015 bond program, and the reason that funds were allocated there. Last month, we voted on Mata Montessori. Mata's also a choice school. Mata was not in this 2015 bond program, but you slipped them in, $30 million. Remember I asked you about why the price tag was so high, and you said, hey, this is the amount that it's going to take to make that school suitable for the pre-K through 8. So I'm very concerned that you've reduced the amount for Rosemont. Why is it not $30 million?
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
Well, Rosemont is 3 through 8, correct? 3 through 8
The upper
campus.
campus is 3 through 8, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, we looked at, I say the consultants looked at it as what were the needs for that campus in order to renovate it. I mean, we can look at it again. You know, I looked at your numbers. You know, I was concerned about that too. And, you know, this shows 77.5 million that would go to District 7. If you look at the money that was allocated in the bond for those 4 schools, it was 56.3. So we're actually putting $21 million more into those 4 schools. Now, it's not Rosemont, but there's an additional $40 million going into Sunset High School. So we could look at that, you know, as far as money in there. But what I also want to say, Dr. Hinojosa did talk to me about this. Each of these projects have a 30% built-in factor for soft costs, which is pretty high. And so I think there's some money there. And I also know at Rosemont, it calls for a new kitchen to be constructed. And we can do some things with kitchens where food service can fund a part of the kitchen. They can fund the equipment. They can't fund the installation or the labor or anything like that. But we may be able to free up some money based on that to be able to do some other things at Rosemont.
Well, I need some assurance that the money that we need at Rosemont is going to be at Rosemont, and we can take it offline, but
Okay.
that's definitely a concern. When we were voting for Mata, did you ever tell us that if you vote for this $30 million project, there's not going to be enough for this other project?
I laid it out as far as where the money was coming from. It was a matrix that we put together and brought to the board. I'd be glad to share that with you.
Okay. I don't recall any statement that we're stripping funds away from this other school. The second concern that I have is, and I understand you're making choices here, but you've got, it says 10 schools. I mean, Salazar, $6,000 for all intents and purposes. They weren't touched, but really 8 schools out of 31 schools are being addressed with this plan. There's other schools that have pretty high totals in priority 1 and 2. So Henderson has over 15 million. You got Bowie with 9 million. Peeler, I know, has a leaky roof. So what are we going to do between now and, say, 2022 when we could conceivably even begin to tackle these others, just in terms of the critical needs?
Yes, ma'am. I think, you know, my biggest concern are the roofs with the other schools, and we can look at those in terms of handling them through the maintenance department. Repairs, you know, just because they're leaking doesn't necessarily mean they need to be replaced, and we can assess those and look at them through the maintenance department, but there's no intent to just say, we're not going to touch anything at any of our other schools. That's a responsibility of the maintenance department.
All right.
Trustee Marshall and Trustee Foreman.
So, Scott, refresh my memory. The prioritization for on which you're basing this Phase 3 recommendation is all on the new FCI numbers that came from the most recent long-range facility plan.
Correct.
Right? So when we voted on the allocation of money in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the 2015 bond, and when we added things after the initial allocation of that money in Phase 1 and Phase 2, that was prior to having these FCI numbers, right?
Correct.
So when we gave $30 million to MATA, it was based on the information that we had at the time, right?
Correct.
Now we have new information, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that whole exercise of having consultants come in and do the facilities condition index was prompted by this board saying, hey, we need a data-oriented way of assessing the need at every school and then prioritizing them from top to bottom, right?
Correct.
And so the reason you're coming back to this board is because we recognize that the data on which we have previously made decisions was not the best data set. And so this board said, go get us better data. You went and got us better data. Now you've come back and said, based on that new data, here's the prioritization across all trustee districts. And said, here from top to bottom is where the need is greatest and where the money should go first.
Correct.
Right? And you recognize when you're doing that you're talking to a political body and that each of us have constituencies within our districts that may or may not like those decisions, right? But what you're doing is what we told you to do, which is to go forth, get data, stack rank the schools from top to bottom on who has the greatest need and where we need to spend that money.
Yes, sir.
Right? Which is a different thing from what we did when we passed the 2015 bond with different information. And we have come to realize that a lot of that information was not ideal and that the allocation could have been done better, right?
Yeah.
And so now we're trying to go back and say, hey, we've got some new data. Let's do this smarter, right?
Yeah, the original data was through the Parsons report, which
Right.
was back in 2013.
Yeah.
That's when that was done.
Where was Sunset in the original bond?
In terms of what?
What phase was it in?
Let me look here real quickly. It was in Phase 3 originally.
And how much money did it have?
It had a $6.1 million.
So it went from 6.1 million to $46 million.
Yes.
Okay, because when you had a new data set, you ascertained what's going wrong with that building, what the priority 1 and 2 things that need to be fixed are. And then you said, hey, we need to rejigger some money within District 7, but more broadly within the whole school district, because Sunset is really in need,
Yes, sir.
right? So just as there are some schools, like Rosemont in District 7, or like many other schools across all of our trustee districts that lost in this prioritization, there are other schools that won, with not only within the whole district, but within each trustee district. And that one went up $40 million, right?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I think we need to keep in consideration that we can't all get bogged down in local politics within individual schools when we're making macro level decisions like this. We've got to prioritize putting the money where it belongs, and that's where the schools are the most needy. Thanks.
Trustee Foreman.
So I do plan to get bogged down, and this is not about a school in my district, but it is about Rosemont. One of the things that concern me, even looking at this list, and you know, you and I have talked over and over about prioritizing our high schools. But when I look at some of these schools on this list, they got 2002 bond money, they got 2008 bond money, they got the bridge plan bond money, and Woodrow Wilson is one of them, that we continue to put millions and millions and millions in consistently. And so we've got a report coming up later talking about equity. So there's no equity when one school is continuing to get millions of dollars. Rosemont has been down here pleading with us, just like H.S. Thompson had to come down here pleading with us. So I'm pleading with you because I also know, and you know, that I know, that there's contingency money on all these projects. It's probably about 10%. 30%?
Yeah, Well, 30%
That's all
soft cost.
cost.
Well,
That's
that
not
includes the contingency.
Okay.
Okay, but it also includes all your professional fees.
So what I would ask you to do is that we do have a school, we have some schools that I believe that have gotten more than their fair share. And so I'm asking you to look at Rosemont to make sure. I can remember, I don't know, Dr. Hinojosa, didn't you go to Sunset? Was it 2002 or 2008 that Sunset almost got well, I'm not talking about when you left. I'm not talking about when you left. Don't be silly. I'm talking, I was trying to help you. I was trying to help you by saying you went to Sunset. But Sunset got a complete renovation. No, they got a renovation because remember, historically, they were trying to do some stuff and they had to go to the Preservation League. But anyway, Sunset got a lot of work done on it. And I'm just asking you for Rosemont. I got some issues with this on my side too, but I'm not dealing with it. I can handle that. But for Rosemont, is that we try to figure out and try to identify, just like on the 2008 bond, the extra money that we had coming in after the projects, we did Griner and we did Truett. Because we came in on time and under budget on every project. And the reason I know that, because I was sitting on that committee. And so I'm asking you to look at prioritizing Rosemont when those extra dollars come in to be able to facilitate what we need to do for kids all over this district and to make sure that there's some equity. That's what I'm asking you, and then I'll deal with you about mine offline.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Solis.
I wanted to ask about the plans at Martinez. That campus has taken on a ton of kids as West Dallas has been, changed up quite a bit. So what's the vision for what's in the intended use of the funds? Do you have a sense, or even maybe, Scott, how do you plan on engaging the community to envision what might happen with the Martinez, with those funds?
Basically, how we've done it in the past. I mean, we'll hire the architect, we'll have the community meetings, and, priority 1 and 2s are a template on what needs to be done.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and say we're going to follow that line by line, because things change, but we do need to address the infrastructure portions of those campuses. For example, at your 2 campuses in the bond, together in total, the bond had about $5 million. And this shows 17.3. So obviously, there's a lot of needs at those 2 campuses.
No, and I appreciate it. And I also recognize, when I look at the grand scheme of monies in District 8 versus all the other districts, I got a lot less. But with that being said, I understand the dynamics. And I'm very, very happy to see Martinez on this list, again, because of so much change happening at that campus. So maybe just one more, I want to hear it a little more specifics. Do you guys have a general sense of what needs to happen at Martinez?
Yes, I've got the report right here. As far as additions, and these are currently listed as priority 3s, but we've got down expansion of the library into a learning center.
But that's priority 3.
Right.
That's
And
not in here.
Right, and that's what I said. As far as long-range plans for this campus, this is a 3, and what else is a 3 are expansions to the cafeteria and kitchen. We don't have any additions shown as a priority 1 or 2 right now at that campus.
They're going to do something with the admin area, whether it's a renovation or expansion, to ensure that we can create the secure entry, the secure vestibule. But some of those things I mentioned earlier are going to be done, as far as paving, sidewalks, new marquee, could be new windows, power washing the outside of the building.
One other thing that I would hope that you would take into consideration before we even go to the community, because community has, I know that they're gonna have a lot of thoughts and definitely wanna have significant input, and they're right to wanna have that. The traffic issue that happens off of Bernal is really, it's become such an issue. So it'd be my hope that you guys would also consider things related to traffic flow and even what happens on the backside of Martinez. There's just a lot of land there that I know that we own, and maybe trying to get creative around working with the city to solve the traffic issue that's happening there as well. This is way too nuanced a discussion for this specific presentation, but I appreciate you all hearing me, hearing our community, and I also recognize a lot of money's going a lot of different places in the district, but I understand that this is about equity, so thank you guys.
Trustee Blackburn.
So Scott, I've had a few meetings in West Dallas, and let me get some clarification. The enrollment at Pinkston right now is about 900 students for the high school only. And the concern now is that if the new high school is projected to hold 1,000 students, and it's going to take at least 3 more years from now, assuming that the school would be ready, some concern is that with the growth in West Dallas, we might also bring in at least 100 students, if not more than 100 students, by the time the new Pinkston is ready to open, making it at capacity on opening day. And if Pinkston grows because the STEM project and partnership grows and everything else gets better in West Dallas, then we're gonna need more space. And I know the design is set such that on the right-hand edge of the building, the design, we can add a few more classrooms to the tune of 400, 500, or 600 more students, maybe?
Yes, 500 students, approximately 13 million, and it was actually planned for that, Dr. Blackburn.
Right. And I guess I'm wondering, because that additional 13 million will come in the next bond. And we've been on the losing stick when it's time to get money in the next bond. So I'm wondering, would it be more cost-effective to add on to the school now versus later? Otherwise, we're going to open that school with portables, brand-new school with portables. And we've done that before at Wilma Hutchins Elementary School, where we still have portables. But in some ways, it makes us look like we didn't plan well. So I would hope that you guys would go back to our demographics department and look at some numbers, look at the potential, and someone even asked about the future development plans or housing that might be coming online. I know there are a lot of apartments, and my assumption is that those apartments are 1 and 2 bedrooms. And along with that assumption, 1 and 2 bedrooms don't bring a lot of high school kids. But I would look at how many single-family homes that might be coming online and how soon might they come online. And I'm just talking about from the planning department at the city. If they're planning for, let's say, 100 more single-family homes, then approximately how many more high school kids might come out of that? And we might just have people coming from North Dallas to West Dallas just because Pinkston just happened to be a great school. That'd be a nice little problem to have, I would think. And now, so that's one thing about the District 5 schools. We seem to have adjusted some monies down on Pinkston and adjusted monies down again on Roosevelt. Not a lot, but still some. And then again on Oak Cliff, South Oak Cliff. Did we make some of these changes because we've already put money in, or?
I know South Oak Cliff, a portion of that project was funded out of '08, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
So
just
this is only
reflecting.
2015 money?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay. So maybe we can find some of that '08 money to help out at Pinkston. I know there's some still left. You might have some '02 money still left around. Along with what Trustee Solis was talking about, I think at Desert Valley and at CF Carr, I think we need to do a little bit more to make sure those schools are ready for more kids coming in. And I just know that Carr just needs a lot of work. I love their hardwood floors. I'm not asking you to cover the hardwood floors. I love the hardwood floors. But if you can wax them, shine them up, take me back in time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we're good for now, and I'll come back with some other things later. Appreciate it.
Okay, I just have one comment on the timing of another bond program. And I don't remember the specifics, but I believe that the 2002 bond program was the first bond program that Dallas ISD had for something like 25 years. Okay, but we went for decades without a big bond program. And in 2002 was the first big one that came along. We're still in all of those schools, or almost all of those schools. So in your projections here, you have a bond program in 2021. And I'm wondering if there's if it makes sense to try to do one sooner than that. And that would, in part, depend upon what our bonding capacity is within the existing bond tax rate. And unlike our M&O tax rate, when we get increases in the value of the property, on the M&O side, we all know that most of that goes to recapture. On the bond side, that the increases in value of property adds to what we can do with our bond funds. We keep that money. So my question would be to Dr. Hinojosa and Larry, not necessarily for right now, but is to let us know what kind of a bond program could we do without having to raise the tax rate, and whether we can do that sooner than 2021. Because these needs are going to be there for a long time, and we've never caught up. We never caught up from those 20, 25 years where we had little or no bond programs. And so even though we've had a 2002, 2008, and 2015, we're still decades behind in the condition of in fixing the condition of our buildings. So I would just ask if you could do those kind of calculations.
We'll certainly take a look at that. One of the issues was how much are we going to spend between now and then? But also, we need to study everything, and, I think there's going to be a big voter turnout in 2020, and we know that voter turnouts help us. So we'll see what we can afford and what we have a capacity to do. And we don't have to, even if it's authorized, we don't have to go sell those right away. So we could always sell them at a different time. But I think that's a legitimate point that we'll start studying as to it may be better to go in 2020 when you have a big turnout, and we don't have to sell those bonds right away. So that's something to certainly consider.
Okay, so Trustee Resendez and.
Just real quick, the commercial paper program, I'm thinking could help with that.
300 million? Is that what it was?
So I'm looking at the updated list of the ranked schools, and unless I'm missing something, did we leave out the new Pleasant Grove Tag School?
The tag school was funded, how was the tag school funded?
We've got some monies from the bridge program, actually, because the Office of Transformation and Innovation had some money that was reserved in the bridge program for some to-be-designated special programs, and one of the ones they selected was the Pleasant Grove TAG dual language school.
So what's its FCI score?
It wasn't actually surveyed along with these, because at the time, when they started this survey, that school was still being occupied by a tenant, and we were in the transition phase of turning it into this TAG program, so it wasn't assessed in
Yeah,
this
and we had a
study.
conversation about that school today, and the response has been overwhelming by the parents that they love that actual location. So we're looking at what can we do to, just like we did with we can always have a reimbursing resolution if we don't use all of our contingency to try to address it. But we came to the conclusion that that site is actually ideal if we could just do something with that building. So we're having conversations. How to fund it, we haven't resolved yet, but we know that the response was overwhelming, and every one of those kids and parents said they want to come back. And then we're going to be adding grade levels, including up to 8th grade. So there are a lot of issues we've got to deal with at that facility. So we just haven't identified the specific funding source, but even we talked about today, even sometimes if you borrow money from the fund balance that is a one-time money, then you have a reimbursing resolution like we did on the bridge plan, then you can get that in a future bond. But especially if we move it up to 2020, then there may be other opportunities. So we know that that school is wildly popular, and we've come to the conclusion that that location is very good. So we're trying to study how we can get that accomplished. That even came up at staff meeting today.
I love the location myself. I just realized that it's an old building too, and if we're prioritizing schools, and we don't know the FCI score for this one.
We can have the architects go through and assess that one, because it just wasn't on the list when we started, and I know we did a lot of work. It looks pretty good on the inside, I believe.
Right, we did do a small project over the summer to get it ready for startup, so it has a little bit of work done in it.
Right. Well, I appreciate all that. I just want to make sure it's on the list too, because if we don't put it on the list and we're not doing anything with it, we got to know its FCI score at least. So I appreciate that.
Dr. Blackburn, you were on the board in the 70s and you wanted to clarify my recounting of the history.
I was on the board at Roosevelt High School. Make a bunch of noise back then. Three things. Rosemont's, our FCI is 91%?
I believe that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I heard some talk about maybe we weren't looking at the most neediest buildings, but just want to make sure I saw that right. Second of all, more and more I'm hearing students and staff at the schools talk about having lighting for the athletic practice fields. And especially around this time of year when the daylight savings time changes, pretty much after school is out, they don't have much time to practice before it's too dark to do things. And Scott, I think you gave me some idea, maybe Tim, one of you guys gave me some idea about how much it would cost to light, let's say, a football practice field for football, and now we're into soccer season. Any idea how much that would cost?
I would say rule of thumb, approximately $100,000 per field.
Okay. And probably about the same if we were to light the baseball or softball field?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's a good round
Okay.
number, yeah.
I think we ought to look at where we might be able to get funding for that. It may be one of those one-time things, but more and more we hear about student athletes that are being shortchanged at this time of the year. And some of them are trying to get scholarships and things of that nature. But my next question, my next comment may be directed towards Larry. In thinking about the increase in values for the INS, as that additional revenue comes in and we have plenty to take care of our debt responsibilities, can we keep the extra money and still use it for INS type work for construction? Or is there a law saying that we have to get authorization from the voters before we can even do something extra with that money?
INS money cannot be used for construction.
The tax money coming in, so it can only be used to pay off the debt?
That's correct.
Okay, and that makes sense, and I think 2020 might be a good time to put in another bond, especially if we have the revenue coming in to take care of it. I don't know what our capacity is, but we're at about 28 cents on the INS side.
How much more debt can we take on?
And
No, what's our
How much more
Yeah,
debt can we
24 cents. And trustee Foreman want to know what is our capacity as far as debt? I think we're a good ways away from our capacity. That's what I was thinking.
10% of your total property value, and our property value is over $100 billion. So we could have $10 billion worth of maximum debt, but there's another caveat, and that you can't have a tax rate higher than 50 cents on the INS side.
Okay.
So that's a limiting factor.
Okay, run, Scott. Run, Tim. Okay, we're now up to item 6C, the racial equity update. We are going to have a very long December board meeting unless Dr. Hinojosa and Trustee Flores can pare down that agenda. Dr. Lear?
Yes, I'll go ahead and start. So based off an equity assessment that was conducted last year, the administration came to the board and recommended that we open an Office of Racial Equity. And we did. We opened that, I want to say, April 1 in 2018, and Mr. Leslie Williams was appointed as the deputy to lead that division. When we came to the board, we promised that we would come to you and give you some quantitative data, because a lot of the data we had from the assessment was qualitative. And so Leslie has been leading his team, and they have done a lot of work. He has really focused on 3 areas for today's presentation, which is student access, enrollment with African American students, and then overall student achievement. So I'm going to turn it over to Leslie, and then maybe ask Ms. Elizalde and Dr. Durant to come up in the event. Yeah? Okay.
Microphone, please. Microphone.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. On the first slide, someone advancing? Yeah, I can do it. Yeah. Well, as Dr. Lear has already explained to you, I have 3 data sets that I would like to share with you this evening. And she's already said the student access, and that's based on our students' access to our schools of choice, magnet schools, Montessori, et cetera. And then the next area is the district enrollment of the African American students, and to be able to look at the data trends. And I have the data trends from 2014-15 through 2017-18 to determine if there have been any significant changes in the enrollment of African American students in the district. And in the area of student achievement data, basically we were focusing on advanced placement data to determine how many of our students, based on all the different student groups, were able to achieve the qualifying standards for the advanced placement exam. And all the data that we have in reference to students has been disaggregated by student groups. Okay, slide 1, we have the early college and collegiate academy data, but I would like to let you know, first of all, in the first column, quite naturally we have the names of the schools, but that first group of schools, the first 5 schools are our early college schools, and the remaining campuses are the collegiate academies. The next column has the total number of students per campus, and then the remaining columns are the percentages of the particular student groups that are enrolled at the various campuses. And if you've noticed that we have green and blue highlighted columns, and what it is that the green highlighted numbers, percentages, excuse me, represents 5 or more percentage points above the district average, and the blue highlighted areas or numbers represents below 5%, 5% or below the district average as far as numbers. So you can see the particular schools that have more students enrolled in reference to their percentages than the district average, and those that have fewer students enrolled based on the district averages with our early college and collegiate academies. The next slide is the selective enrollment magnet high schools, and we have the same system in place for these. At the bottom in the orange, we have the magnet totals, as far as numbers and percentages, and then we have, for those who might want to compare that to the district numbers and averages, we have those numbers also. But we can see, based on all of our high school magnets, the enrollment based on student groups. Okay. The next is the selective enrollment magnets for our middle schools, and we have the same systems in place. And then slide 4 has the elementary magnet schools. And slide 5 has the transformation lottery schools, and comparing those schools by student groups. Okay, slide 6 has the transformation lottery schools for the elementary and middle schools. And I want to note at the top we have the middle schools, and then at the bottom chart we have the elementary schools. Then slide 7, we have the Montessori and IB, International Baccalaureate schools. And we wanted to note that for the high schools, Hillcrest and Woodrow Wilson, Hillcrest includes only 11th grade, and Woodrow Wilson includes 11th and 12th grade. And for the middle school, I wanted to note, as we have it here, is that Dealey and Stone are selective admission magnet schools, and Hernandez and Mata are transformation schools. Then we move to slide 8, where we're looking at our pre-K and kindergarten enrollment by quadrants. As I told you all that we were going to divide the district into quadrants and be able to bring data sets to you to compare our enrollment or student achievement data or whatever the case may be by quadrants, and this is our first attempt at this. And you can see the northwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest enrollment. The numbers at the top are percentages, and then we have the actual number of students at the bottom chart. And then slide 9, we have the pre-K and kindergarten district enrollment. And and I just wanted to note, because we had a little debate on it, but basically the EC is the preschool programs for children with disabilities, the PPCD services. Then the question was in reference to African American student enrollment. And as I said, that we've compared from 2014-15 through 2017-18. And you can see the data in reference to the percent of district enrollment, the African-American students as a percent of the district enrollment. Okay, and the 11th slide is advanced placement scores. And you can see, whereas we have, we're focusing on the qualifying scores, that's score 3 or above on the advanced placement exams. And we have, in blue, that's basically the students who took the test with the Spanish language literature exam. And the green will be the students without the Spanish language literature exam. And you see the difference in the percentages. And the last slide has basically the advanced placement scores, and it's disaggregated by student groups that's with the Spanish language literature exam and without it. And the focus of this report is on the students who performed at the Texas Education Agency's qualifying scores of 3 and above. And that ends the report.
Okay, so a lot of data to absorb. Trustees, questions? Trustee Henry.
These aren't, I have questions, but let me start with some statements. Well, actually, let me start with questions. When you disaggregated, if you go to slide 3, not 3, let's do 4.
3.
Well, actually, any of the slides that involve high schools or middle schools or 4 through 6 enrollment magnets, could you please disaggregate that by those children's home schools? So, for example, if I'm looking at Travis, which I'll get back to 4 through 8, the magnet school, what home school are each of those 6 African-American kids? What's their home elementary, or zip code, either one, but preferably their home elementary school? Where would they be attending? Same thing with the Hispanic, white, and others. I would like to see, I've seen numbers in the past, but I would like to see where those students are coming from. I think an African-American kid that lives in a Lakewood feeder problem probably has a higher family income than an African-American kid that lives in other parts of the district. So I would like to dig down into that a bit deeper. And let me back up by first saying thank you for creating this report and kind of doing an internal audit on a few aspects of our district that I think does a great job of highlighting some of the inequities that we are all aware of, but it's good to look at the numbers and the data so it's not anecdotal. On that note, I want to point out just what I feel are some huge inequities, and then we can talk about next steps later, but going back to Travis, for example, in a district where 21% of our African-American kids, we have 21% African-American kids, you have 6% accessing our probably most elite, rigorous school, maybe, arguably. You have 71% of our 4 through 6 are Latino, Hispanic, 27% getting access to that school. And then we go to our white students. You have 5% of the district and 51, they're half of TAG. That's inequities. It's offensive to me in a sense. It speaks to our values in this district. And I'm glad that you put this on paper, but this is something that's not new. You see the same thing with Townview. You see the same thing with some other schools. Irma Rangel, which is a school in my district physically, named after Irma Rangel, so it's in the heart of sunny South Dallas, yet 11% of the students are African American. So not only is that, to me, an issue data-wise, but it's also an issue optics-wise. You have a school in the heart of South Dallas named after or Marangale, and African-American kids are not getting access to it. So again, I'm just making statements that I think are incredibly problematic. And I know the next step is, when you hear me talk about racial equity, I guess some of my colleagues, but this is what I'm talking about. This is what really bothers me to my core. When we talk about ensuring the success of all of our kids, that we have numbers like this. And you could probably do this longitudinal for last year and the year before and the year before. And I don't know how far you go back before you, will it be back when there's 30, 30, 30, before you start seeing equity again? What year was that? Someone educate me.
I think that we got out of the court order sometime before I got back.
2003. So 2003. There's just a lot of glaring inequities in this that I hope that we all in this room appreciate and start really making steps to change. When we talk about achievement and opportunity gaps, this should give us all the information. We're always talking about data, and this is just this is a small slice. But at some point, we have to start acting on this. As an African American with 2 African American kids, it offends me, but it should offend everybody. That we're not truly ensuring success. And we go back to the discussion we had earlier, that we're having these successes in the district. Yeah, we are having successes, but not everyone's getting a piece of that success. Not everyone's getting access to TAG. Not everyone's getting access to Townview. Even our new transformation schools, you see some inequities. We have the half and half at Solar Prep and Solar Prep for girls and boys. But again, you see inequities. Look at the numbers. Solar Prep for girls, 22% African American. That's about average. But our Latino students, 46% access. So you quickly see who's getting access to these, premier quote unquote programs. I have some questions, but I really wanted to speak on this, and I want to thank you in your office for coming up with this. I look forward to more of this, but also what steps we're going to take to alleviate some of these questions. I do have one other question. I don't know if you've already identified some next steps, but I would like to know what the district is going to do, and next steps. I don't want to call this a full assessment or audit of the district, but to kind of this mini audit of the district. What's the next steps?
Okay, basically, in reference to what you've said, we've already started the process of looking at the home schools of the students for the MAC, for all of our schools of choice, et cetera, to see what the particular home schools are. So we basically have that data. We're going to look at suspension data, the out-of-school suspension data, district-wide, to be able to determine which students are being suspended, out-of-school suspension, and we're going to disaggregate that data by student group, along with attendance data. We will look at that also. And so there are a number of things, data sets, that we will look at in reference to teachers, teacher tenure, teacher experience by quadrants, and teacher evaluations. What the evaluations are, TEI evaluations of our teachers by quadrants and elementary, middle, and high school.
Okay. All right. I think I'll have some questions after the other folks go around. But again, I thank you for coming up with this. I'm thanking you in advance for working towards finding solutions to these, because I believe I've had conversations with all of you that there's a commitment to this. And I think our district, this isn't a DISD issue. This is an issue that we see across the nation, especially in urban education. But I think DISD has done a great job leading the way in a lot of other areas, whether it's 43 to 0 IR. I believe DISD can lead the way on this and truly show how an urban education system can educate every single kid that enters it, regardless of their background, culture, ethnicity, or home.
I just wanted to add, because I think Mr. Williams presented the litany of the data collections he's going to continue, and I wasn't sure that that was part of the response, but the other that maybe you were alluding to was, okay, so what are we going to do about even the data that we have right now, or what have we already done? So I just wanted to, we've all met with Mr. Williams, and first, it's embarrassing for me as the chief of school leadership, but I have to acknowledge what we have, and it's hurtful, because when you look at it and you decide as an educator you're here to make a difference, and you can see that we have inequities, and they're not new, and it is going to take all of us, and it's going to take all of us to be able to make some changes, because some of these are going to be very, very hard for some folks to help us with the changes that we need to be leading. But I wanted to give one example that many trustees here, and they supported this, but it raised a lot of, and created some discomfort. And you mentioned Travis. And 2 years ago, Dr. Hinojosa had to bring to the board through me, we had to work through the sibling policy that was in place at Travis. And that was an example of when you look at why very few are coming from outside of particular schools. If I had, and we did have, this is a real example, there was a student at Marsalis who scored it's not a one score, it's a combination of scores, but a 99, African-American young lady from Marsalis, second highest score of all the applicants. She did not gain admission to Travis because if you meet in the past, if you had a 90 and you had a sibling at the school, you went to the front of the line, period. So if Stephanie or Joyce, 80. So if, and Trustee Mitchgate took a lot of heat, everyone on this board did. But if Joyce and I score a 90 or an 80 or a 90, we could have scored a 94, a 99, but anyone with a sibling, as long as they met the minimum score. Now, I'm not saying any of the students there hadn't met the threshold. They had. But we're talking about a school that admits students based on an academic measure. And so we had to change that policy. And at that point, 62% of the students at the school were coming from 2 elementary schools. Mm-hmm. So that is going to take us a little while. And if you actually disaggregate the data, which we started to do with Mr. Williams, am I doing any better in my position? Is the new group in 4th grade more diverse than the group that was there, 3 years ago? And we can see that it did make an impact, but it's not enough. And I only say that because we completely understand this is one of those, all of us will be unified. We know we have to make some very bold changes, and the AP issues, as an example, they don't start at the AP grades or the IB grades, right? It's about what preparation are we giving our students to have access? Because they don't have choice if I don't prepare them in the school systems, settings that they're in. All of our schools have to be premier so that all of our students have access. And I just wanted to make sure that I did at least communicate. We have a lot of work to do. I have failed absolutely at ensuring that this has improved drastically.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think, I know you always take, fall on the sword for things. I think our community has failed broadly for accepting this for a very long time. So I think it's our responsibility to fix it as the board, in my opinion, but I don't think individuals, you talked about a few of the things, and this being the end game, but there's so many layers to why this ends up like it is. African-American teachers have a higher chance of identifying African-American students as gifted and talented. There's under-identification of gifted and talented. There's over-discipline. There's so many layers to the inequities, but this is what happens when you don't address it. If you let the current be the current and let the district do what the district has historically done, these are the numbers you get. So there's so, which I'm glad we have a racial equity office and we'll get to this, but I just want to emphasize that it's a very deep and wide issue, I think, where these schools are located. There's just a lot to it. And I'll stop talking.
I'll just add one other thing, if I may, Trustee Henry. I think there's a data point that I want to share that we uncovered that's very relevant. So looking at the data, if we look at DESA, for example, that's one example, then obviously the number is significantly low. What we came to realize, too, is we look at the applications, there was a correlation between the percentage of applications as it relates to the percentage of students, of course, that are enrolled. So we recognize, too, there's an opportunity for us to do a better job of recruiting and marketing and helping connecting the communities that are underrepresented. So there's clearly an opportunity, and much of the data there often mirror the application percentages as well.
Yeah. That story that you just shared about the student that got the 9, that's tragic to me. I mean,
So I did remedy that.
Yeah.
We did remedy it, okay? We did remedy it, and so there are things we did, like we extended seats. I went personally, walked to school, we found a way to open up more seats. We took more students. We're continuing, but I do see those as a Band-Aid rather than working on the real issues.
But I'm going to take this opportunity to try to manage expectations. Because also, we had the cover of the courts, but when the courts left, you no longer have that. Since then, we've had case law about can you use race in admissions? And so there are a lot of other issues that this is not going to be linear going. So I want to make sure that we manage expectations. How do we get to the goal? That's why some of these, and even though a lot of people curl their nose when I bring up Mike Kaprowski, but part of the 50-50, you can use economics to try to achieve some kind of equity. And you can use zip code, and you can use feeder patterns. You can't just use race. So there are other things that we can use, but I'm telling you, there's going to be a bunch of people in this room. If y'all thought we were talking about closing a few schools, we got a lot of people in here, wait till you start talking about this. So we all have to be courageous when we start making the changes that need to be made. And just like, I'm just going to make it personal. I grew up in Oak Cliff. I went to Sunset High School, and I was beat down all the time that I was from Oak Cliff, that I couldn't get in the University of Texas. I didn't even apply. I applied at University of Houston and Texas Tech because I was told I was dumb my whole life. I got a doctorate from the 4.0 from the University of Texas, but my SAT probably wouldn't have got me in there. So selective enrollment is that something is keeping you out. Doesn't mean you can achieve or not, but there is a barrier that is not allowing. But this is not going to be easy work, and it's not linear. And so we all have to be very smart on how we address, because it is embarrassing to see this, it is. But the solution is not A to B. And so we can't go from have a solution overnight. We have to be very deliberate, we have to be smart, we have to be strategic. And the other thing, the reason that our other choice programs have been successful, when you look collegiate academies, there weren't that many disparities. That's because that's open enrollment. It's, do you have the desire? Do you have the willingness? And then maybe you're a student of promise. I brought up student of promise when I was superintendent before, and I almost got ran out of town because we were going to try to let a few kids who could perform real high, but their grades wouldn't let them get in. And I got shut down. Keisha's here because she remembers when I brought that up with Dr. Collier. I almost got run out of here.
I remember too.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, this is very important, but it's very toxic. And a lot of people bring a lot of baggage to as you come to solutions. But if it's the right thing to do, we got to figure out ways where we can do this in a very organized and real way. But we have to be careful because now there's federal law about race, et cetera, for admissions.
What does federal law say about the sibling rule?
Silent.
Right, it doesn't, there's nothing that prevents you from using it. It's not illegal.
Yeah, but the sibling rule is really what's hurting us at Travis.
But it no longer exists.
It's gone.
God is there, though.
And it was, it was a painful change. But, okay, so Dr. Blackburn, then Trustee Solis, Trustee Foreman.
No, I was just gonna say we need to work on our recruitment strategies. Right now is the time to recruit kids, and we've been pushing out on social media, and I appreciate you guys let me be a part of your little group. But I think with some of our kids, we have to actually go and talk to them. You know, go to Mills, go to Cedar Crest, go to these elementary schools and talk to them. But I would tell you, some of the teachers and principals are saying, but you can't talk to this kid, you can't talk to that kid. I need them to stick around to keep my scores up. So we kind of balance ourselves too.
Well, we have addressed that as well with our principals.
Okay.
Because that still comes from the, don't take my kids. And while I understand it, we cannot think of ourselves as individual campuses. We are one, as Dr. Eno, it's just a district, and our kids are all our kids. So, and yes, sir, one of the things that is a primary issue for the Office of Strategic Initiatives, Dr. Lusk, it does sound good to say that, sir. Dr. Lusk's group is, it is about reaching down. We can't stand up and wait for them to come to us. We have got to go down there. But our principals are really, this year, I think you will see less of the don't take my best kids kind of thing. And that comes also from the fact that we have to work towards recognizing all our kids are our best kids.
Grown-ups shouldn't be holding kids back. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Solis, Trustee Foreman, Trustee Pinkerton.
I'll let Trustee Foreman go before me.
And we're going to keep the microphone off too, right?
That's not gonna work. A couple of things. To start with, we're where we are because there's been no real outreach in this district to African-American children. That's in your district, in my district. And Stephanie and I have had many conversations regarding my concerns about things that we could change. And Dr. Hinojosa, while we talk about being careful, there are some issues we're not careful on. When we wanted to bring forth a policy to help students who come here from another country speak another language, we brought that policy forward. We didn't push back on that. We can't push back on helping African-American children. Part of it is no access. When you start thinking about how many choice schools do we have in our neighborhood, we've had that conversation. Kids don't have the access to it. For me, that's by design. And that has to change. Stephanie and I have had that conversation. So now we're looking at 2 choice schools in my area because I refuse to continue down this path. And it's not, I beg to differ, it's our community's fault. Our community has been fighting for change ever since we got from under the court order. We fought about even keeping up the covenants and commitments that what was guaranteed after the court order. But the fight from the district was they only stay in existence for 5 years. There were things we talked about. When we had learning centers, African-American children learned because there were extra resources put in there. When we had vanguards, the money was stripped from the learning centers, stripped from the vanguards. Yeah, Dan, it was. And so, but you got that frown on your face, and so I just have to let you know, it was. And so,
I'm just
what
listening.
we have to do, well, don't frown. Well, we have smile at me, do something, don't frown. So what we have to do, I do believe it's a collective body that has to work on an issue that we all are acknowledging is an issue. But it can't just be small baby steps. The reason you don't have more kids in Travis is how many schools that are predominantly African American have you recruited from to go to Travis? That's a question. I mean, it's a rhetorical question. But so what that means is outside of the box, you're going to have to make sure that you try to access these kids. I've said consistently, African-American kids left DISD, why? With all those charter schools in my area, one with 2,200 kids that are in an alternative school. Their educational situation is not better, but they left because they don't feel welcome here. And that's part of our responsibility, is to reach out to them, Leslie. That's part of our responsibility. We have to have another kind of campaign to make children, all children, know that they're welcome here, and that includes their parents. Because the kids aren't making the decisions, the parents are making the decisions. And so we have to figure out a better way to give equal access to these children, to these prime programs. And I can tell you for a fact that when we started the early colleges, we were talking about mirroring the number of children that were in early college to the percentage that were in the district. 23% African American, 70% in the early colleges that were Hispanic. We talked about that. So I don't know if we can say we haven't used race, because we have. But my question was, if you tell me that you're going to keep an African-American child at Carter High School out of a position in early college because you're trying to make those numbers, you're going to have an issue out of me. And we walked away from that. So we've used it. That's just the one I know about. Look at Booker T. Look at how many talented and gifted kids we have that are in the arts. But are they in Booker T? Have we went back and looked at the program and looked at the admissions policy to make sure that we align it with where kids can get in? I got Griner right there next to me. Great school, not many African Americans in there. 3 Oak Cliff people right here. We work together. But it's all about making sure that the opportunities are being presented to the kids and the families, no matter what race they are. And I just don't think the district is doing the best job at that. And if we continue to say we can't, guess what? We won't. And I'm really glad that your office brought forth this information. But there's other things, because when you start looking at what you said, Stephanie, about making sure our kids are ready, how are we going to figure out how we're going to get more African-American kids in pre-K? Yvonne, we've had this conversation more times than not. Probably sometimes you'd want to just say, shut up, Trustee Foreman. I'm saying that rhetorically. But don't get nervous. But we got to figure out how we get these kids in so they have a level playing field. We haven't figured that out yet. We get them prepared, Stephanie, like you talked about, then they'll all excel. And I just want to see us do more in terms of trying to get our kids there. And what I'd like for maybe for some homework for you guys is go back and pull up the covenants and commitments and read them. See what they say. Thank you.
Trustee Solis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the first thing I want to say is I do want to say thank you to the staff for going through this process and for bringing these data to light. But these are, we talk a lot, we've always talked a lot, at least since I've been on the board, about the ideas of inequity and sort of the nexus of the data around inequity and race and socioeconomic class. What is, as tough as these discussions can be, what is in just, for me, powerful now is that we're talking about these things with a common purpose, a common set of goals, a unified board around the idea that these things are important. We may not have the complete idea of sort of where we need to go with this, but we are moving this district in a way that is, I think, unique to any other municipal institution in the city of Dallas around this conversation. And quite honestly, I think probably maybe better than any other large urban district in the nation. And a lot of that had to do with this board, this administration coming together, putting down a set of principles and values, with looking back to history with the racial and socioeconomic resolution, and then now doubling down on that with a policy and dollars to match that, additional dollars now that we're going to see because of the tax ratification election. So we are, I think, as shameful as these data are, we are in the best spot I think that this district has ever been in, and I don't think that's hyperbolic, in its history, to do something about it thoughtfully, strategically, and purposefully. So I want us to recognize that. With that being said, the data are what the data are. And we need to see these. We need to continue to see different, chops at the data and different issues, as Leslie, you're already alluding to us wanting to do. But I also think that when we think about next steps, and Dr. Hinojosa, I totally understood what you were saying. I mean, there are certain things that we are constitutionally bound to doing and not doing, but at the same time, ways that we can innovate. And I do agree that the mixed socioeconomic integration strategy was a creative attempt to try to get around constitutional hurdles. I think we could go even further. And I think that with this resolution and this policy and this department, that we should not be afraid of being bold, creatively bold. But I also think we can't truly get to equity unless we remedy and rectify a set of compounding moral debts related to specific things that happened in the history of this city. So in this entire process, I've yet to see this board sit and look at federal red line maps of this city and overlay ideas around how we remediate, how we rectify issues related to specific communities. So when I think about ways that kids could potentially get into some of these schools, throw away something like the sibling policy, which was a proactive thing to try to get certain kids into schools. And then let's say, how do we use the red line map as a tool? It's a geographic spatial tool, not a racial tool, but we know where it leads. And how do we utilize those things to create new ways for kids to get into these schools that they traditionally and historically have not had the opportunity to access, and give them more? That's what equity, for me, that's what that means. Let's go to history. Let's see the policies that were put in place. Let's utilize those things as tools to do more for the kids who are dealing with those compounding moral debts. And then we also look at things like, literacy. I'm reading a biography right now, and I know a lot of us know the story of Frederick Douglass. This was a man in chains who taught himself how to read and become one of the greatest orators in the history of the world. And I hear still from people that, well, maybe certain kids they just can't do it. So we have a chance to be bold. And I think we need to take those steps. There are going to be people that are going to come in here and they're going to be pissed. They will. I get it. But there were a lot of people that were pissed in the past too. And I just think we need to do something about it.
So when is the workshop? We can talk. Let's sit down and work.
We obviously will get with our boss, but I think we have, Leslie and I were already just talking, there's some things we want to put together with some ideas before we start coming forward. But I think Brian had a list of things that collectively we've all done that may be, and I get that they may be small, but, we did, Brian, Dr. Lusk, you've got that list of some of the top things that we did. If you want to maybe just to at least give hope that we are doing some things right now until we can, or Mr. Williams, you've got
Yes.
it too.
Yeah, I do, and if you don't mind, I'll speak to a few, and you can add to it. Obviously, we alluded to the AP task force that Dr. Durant has put in place, and that was put in place well before this data came to us as of late, but she's been working on that since last year as we began looking at key performance indicators and aiming at addressing some of the inequities. In addition, obviously, Stephanie alluded to, Ms. Elzadi alluded to adding seats at many of our schools, adjusting obviously the criteria for the magnet schools as well. And then obviously there's consideration of opening some new magnets this year, and I think specifically in the south part of the city, so that will create some opportunities for our kids. So those are just some of the ideas, but we're talking, we're collaborating, and this has caused us to be more intentional, clearly, so that's good news.
In addition to what Dr. Lusk just mentioned, part of that task force really took what we were doing to heart. So we looked at 3 very important items, and one of them was modernizing the test, the screener that decides who's gifted and who's not. That test had not been modernized in many years. So we're bringing in a test that is more friendly to our children of color, to our children of poverty, and to our English learners. So that's one of the things that we did immediately. The other thing is to develop a curriculum for AP. There was no curriculum for pre-AP going to AP. So that one is in place right now. The third thing is the training of the teachers. Stephanie was kind enough to really open the doors for working with her EDs and her principals. So we've been having very dedicated sessions with them in working in that direction. The one thing that the task force feels very strongly about is a summer camp for our children. And so that summer camp will come around, and the children, we're targeting African American children. That summer camp will bring in the children and give them a priori, we'll give them beforehand, we'll give them the curriculum, the training that they will be exposed to when the year starts. So they'll have that head start. So they will remain where they are. The other thing was hiring our master teachers. So these are teachers that are in the classroom that are just outstanding teachers. Last night, I met one of them who did get an award from TI, a $10,000 award. So she's one of our African-American teachers who is also a mentor teacher to other teachers. So they open up their classrooms for the teachers to come and observe them. The second thing they do is they hold sessions with those teachers on Saturdays to help them understand how better to educate our African-American children to stay in the AP courses. And the third thing they do is their willingness to work with the students during our summer boot camp. So they're small inroads, but they're inroads that we're proliferating the city, and we're really targeting those schools where we have the majority African-American students.
All right, Trustee Pinkerton.
All right, last but not least, there's hardly anything left to say, I feel like, at this point, but I do appreciate all of the data. Mr. Williams, thank you very much for the work that you're doing here. I think we're all very excited. We're kind of at the dawn of making a big difference within the district. There's not really any big surprises for me, probably true for most everyone around here in the data. So the next question for me as I look at these differences is why? So you all probably already understand, and I know Trustee Foreman is talking about, Dr. Blackburn's, others are talking about what they see as root cause. You've alluded to some of it. I want to fully understand that. So as you come back, I'm hopeful that you'll expand on factors that are in the school and expand on factors that might be out of the school. Right. So we really understand what are all the levers. You're already starting. You already have a list. You're already taking action on some of those levers. And I know Chief Elizalde and I have had a number of conversations. We talked about diversity at Booker T and the fact that some of it is access, some of it's recruitment, some of it is the fact that the students they're competing against start in dance at 2 years old. That the students they're competing against, their parents pay for a private coach to help them create an art portfolio. So how do we back that up? How do we coach our 8th grade fine arts teachers on what it takes to get into Booker T, so when they have that super talented kid in their neighborhood school, they're helping them craft that portfolio that gets them in, right? So there's lots of factors like that. So I like what you said about making every school a premier school and starting early, because if we look at what it takes to score a qualifying score on the SAT or the ACT, we want to start early in getting them there, or getting into the early college programs so they can earn the associate's degree and all that. So I love what I see happening here, and I want to dig in just like all of you want to as well. The second thing that I want to try to raise some awareness around is that I think we have a mindset that if you want to get a good education in DISD, you need to get into a choice school, a magnet, all the schools that you have listed here, and that's certainly a way to do it. But I don't want us to neglect our neighborhood schools, because there's students that want to stay in their neighborhood schools because they want to play sports. They want to have a comprehensive experience, or because of personal factors, they really need to stay close to home. They cannot afford to be on a bus for an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, et cetera. So as we think about this, these are great metrics to look at. We want to make sure there's equity there in terms of our choice programs. But I also want to know, how are we doing in terms of providing an excellent education just across the board, no matter what neighborhood you live in or what school you go to, that you're getting an education that's going to get you that qualifying score, that's going to get you into Harvard if that's what you want. All right, thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a couple of points, and the first is to reinforce the commitment of the board to the racial equity policy. When Trustee Foreman first brought this up and asked the administration to do a draft, I saw a draft of that, and I thought it was great. And I remember being asked, "Do you want to make any changes to this before you put it on the agenda?" And I said, "No, don't change a word," so that we could be all on the same page. We took that to the board briefing, and although we didn't do all of the redlining map comparisons, Trustee Solis did do a presentation showing the effect of redlining, and I believe added a few more paragraphs to that resolution that came out of Fort Worth and some other districts. But all of us are totally behind the resolution that we passed and the policy that we passed. And if you go back to those meetings where we discussed it and we voted on it, there was not a single dissenting comment. Nobody had to push another person to vote one way. No one had to cajole. We were behind it. We were all behind it from the beginning. And I think that's pretty remarkable considering Dallas ISD's past. The second thing I want to make a comment about is the sibling policy. Now, you're right. I proposed doing away with it, and all hell broke loose. But it was specifically, we used that example of I thought we had an African-American child and an Indian child who scored a perfect score at Travis and couldn't get in because all of the seats were taken by siblings, and the racial composition of the sibling group was overwhelmingly white. So, I am happy to put that policy, we revised that policy and made it better, and the administration expanded more seats at Travis, But I'm very open to bringing it back up and looking at other ways to make admissions to our magnet schools more fair. And one of the things I would just ask you to look at is whether we're not, at the existing magnet schools, whether seats should be allocated based in part on geography. We have some of that in there. But geography allocations aren't enough if you're not marketing it and promoting it. But there's no reason why I'm happy to have more magnet schools in different parts of the cities, but I don't want to have kids living in one part of the city being essentially forced to only go to the brand new magnet school and not allowed to get into, or not having a real fair chance to get into the existing big name established magnet school. So I'm really quite encouraged by the commitment the administration has made to pulling all this data together and coming up with possible solutions. I realize that nothing's going to change overnight, but I do really feel like we are definitely on the right track. And now that it's 7:55, I think we'll close out this item. Thank you. Yes. Well, I think it will be a long board meeting. Trustee Blackburn, you've moved to adjourn. Does anybody have any objections?
I have some questions I'm going to submit on the actual board agenda items for the next couple of weeks. So just if I could get answers as soon as possible, that would be very helpful.
And I'll ask Trustee Flores and Dr. Hinojosa about whether or not we can start that December 13 meeting a little earlier, and whether or not there are some things that can be delayed. All right, the time is now 7:56 p.m. and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
And the Cowboys are up 9-0. 10-0. 10-0, they kicked the field goal already?